Chapter 327. Lionel could only shake his head as he threw Ailiard back into a state of suspended animation. There was a mind-scouring technique within Ailiard's possession. There were many sinister techniques within Ailiard's possession. Among them, there was a technique by the name of mind search. It was a technique that left the target pretty much brain dead. However, Lionel didn't dare to use this technique so freely, and especially not against Ailiard. The backlash for failing was even worse than being the target of such a technique. Without enough assurance in his own skill, he couldn't. After my soul force evolves to use fourth-dimensional force, I'll learn the technique and use it on Ailiard. Only then would I have 100% assurance. Lionel was satisfied with his choice to remain cautious. However, being cautious now wouldn't help him with the current situation. By now, many of the elites who had remained began to discuss how to split the treasures. It was quite shocking. If others of Camelot knew that demons and humans were discussing things with their words and not their blades, who knows how they would react. Lionel tried the dictionary again, but it still remained silent. A sigh escaped his lips. Maybe I should focus on gathering the legendary skills. This world doesn't seem like it'll stay in this state for much longer. Though it seemed like everyone was casual, the only reason they weren't running around panicking was because of their elite statuses. They weren't common folk. They knew that no matter what was happening, they needed strength to overcome it. In addition, there was no use in rushing back to Camelot or the Demon Empire. By the time they got there, everything would have likely been set in stone. So, why not stay here and benefit? There's one thing I still haven't tried. Lionel thought to himself, flipping his palm to reveal the segmented cube. Lionel had realized something. Whenever the segmented cube swallowed something, it would separate into its jigsaw puzzles and envelop it. Then, when Lionel entered, whatever it swallowed would magically be within one of the snow globes. Who knows, maybe it could help him out now. Help me out a bit, will you? Lionel asked in a somewhat pleading tone. This force art was too important to him. Lionel suspected that this force art, the one in his dream world, and others like it could boost the comprehension speed of whoever wielded it. How else could he have comprehended his healing branch in such a perilous moment? If this was true, the benefits would be nearly infinite. He couldn't bring himself to leave it behind even if there were other treasures to be had here. The segmented cube suddenly whirred to life, causing Lionel's eyes to widen with expectation. It spun on Lionel's palm for a moment before shooting forward through the rain. It expanded to hundreds of meters in width in the blink of an eye, separating into countless little jigsaw puzzles. The others watched on in shock but didn't say anything. They could tell that there was something frightening above the sinkhole just based on instinct. But most of them couldn't even see it. And, those who could only do so for a moment before their minds were split apart by a blinding headache. Clearly, they weren't qualified to benefit from whatever this thing was. When the segmented cube returned to Lionel's hands, he smiled brightly, a weight finally being taken off of his shoulders. Though his mind was still too weak to comprehend this force art now, if he found another opportunity like he did within the Force Crystal Mine, the benefits would be unimaginable. Feeling relaxed, Lionel finally turned his attention to other things and began to pick out legendary skills. Lionel realized during this process that fusing with these skills wasn't so simple. If he wanted to make them his own, he would have to draw them into his dream world with his dream sculpt ability just like he had for the mage arts he learned. But, Lionel didn't mind this. For one, thanks to this, he was able to find the spear legendary skill he lost to Coyote floating above his body after his death. Clearly, Coyote hadn't managed to make it his own. And secondly, this meant that compared to others, he had a great advantage. Who knew how many years of meditation it would take the others to comprehend their own legendary skills? As for Lionel, he felt that a few weeks, and a couple months at most, would be enough for him to finish Dream Sculpting 1. Within a few years, he would have finished with them all. Still, this made Lionel realize just how magical Merlin's world was. Somehow, with the use of skill points, star points and slaughter points, he managed to make the process instantaneous. This level of skill was far beyond Lionel's comprehension and something he could only look up to. But, at the same time, Lionel felt like the secret to allowing this was within the fourth-dimensional force art he had used the help of the segmented cube to take. Lionel managed to find the remaining 3 legendary skills for his bow and the 1 ultimate skill that helped fuse them. Then, he repeated this task for the spear. He originally planned to stop there, but when he found the ultimate skill for his spear, he stumbled across the summer legendary skill for fists. There's no one here who relies on fist techniques. Remembering his time with Heckle and the boxing techniques he learned, Lionel smiled and decided to snatch the 4 legendary and 1 ultimate skill for fists as well. Who knows, it might come in handy one day. Lionel's heart felt light. Though the trip to this zone had been dangerous, he had benefited a lot. Lionel looked up toward the rumbling skies. It seemed like the apex of this transformation was coming. With its conclusion, Lionel knew that his zone quests would end as well. Lionel. A sudden voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He turned to see that it was Krakos, the number 1 demon lord. Yes? Lionel asked. Choose. Krakos' words were blunt and without flowery wastes of breath. His voice itself, despite his massive size, actually sounded quite scholarly and soft, though. It was quite an interesting contrast. Lionel looked toward what was in Krakos' hands only to find numerous floating treasures, all of which had been trapped within spatial dimensions. Oh. Lionel's gaze lit up. I won't stand on ceremony, then. Lionel smiled and took a familiar necklace. It seemed that the treading goddess necklace would still fall into his hands in the end. At that moment, the feverish rumbling of the world reached a peak. The sound of shattering glass reverberated through all their ears. Then, everything went black. Chapter 328. Earth shook and quaked. At that moment, a second moon appeared in the sky. But, compared to the silvery beauty that was the original, this one was bathed in blackness, making it exceptionally difficult to pick out in the night sky. The result was an even more violent change to Earth's climate. It was impossible to tell exactly what would happen and just when these changes would come to an end. That said, these things had little to do with Lionel. Lionel's vision blurred. When it finally cleared once more, he found himself in a familiar white space. One would think the first thing Lionel would do would be to rush forward and demand the treasures he had earned. But, instead, he collapsed to the ground, taking deep steady breaths. These past few months had truly been too hard. Even though only a week or so had passed in the real world, to him, it had been over a year. His 19th birthday was also quickly approaching within this true timeline. He looked up toward the endless vastness of white and smiled. He didn't know why he did, but he just felt like he should. How long are you going to lie there? Lionel grinned hearing the familiar voice. Just a bit longer, Uncle Montez. Lionel mumbled. Eventually, Lionel sat up. Seeing the boy finally move, Montez wanted to admonish him about the time limit of this place again, but he seemed stunned to see Lionel's current state. The current Lionel looked practically like a beggar. His clothes were torn and caked in blood, mud and rain. It was as though he had spent several years on a battlefield and only just came out. In fact, this wasn't even that far from the truth. Still, what shocked Montez even more was Lionel's hair color. Despite the state of the rest of his body, Lionel's hair seemed untouched and unblemished. It didn't even have the slightest speck of dust on it. After a moment, Montez hid his shock and shook his head. You look like a mess. Lionel's grin didn't fade. Well, your nephew here suffered quite a lot in the past few months. Montez laughed. I can see that. Without another word, Montez took out a scroll and unfurled it. The moment he did, his playful demeanor vanished. In silence, he read the details of the zone and what Lionel went through. When he finally looked up, he couldn't decide whether this boy had heaven-defying good luck or bad luck. The first time he entered a zone he accidentally cleared a 4-person subdimensional zone on his own. The second time he entered a zone it nearly became a unique zone. And the third time he entered, the worries from the second zone became reality. You cleared a unique zone? Lionel shrugged. I was a bit lucky. Montez didn't refute this. Unique zones weren't a joke. Sometimes, they could be more difficult to clear than zones several levels above them in difficulty. It could only be said that Lionel was lucky that Earth was still a pseudo-fourth-dimensional world. If not for this, he would likely be dead. What did you do with the Aderna family members? Montez asked. Lionel rubbed his nose. They're in a safe place. Montez looked toward Lionel for a while before bursting out into a fit of laughter. He already understood what Lionel was doing. If he just released the Aderna family, he'd have to split the reward. But, if he kept them within the suspended animation state, they would still be considered dead until all of this ended. That way, he'd be able to monopolize more treasures. He didn't feel bad about this at all. If not for him, they really would be dead. Plus, what they didn't know wouldn't hurt them. What are the rewards for clearing a unique zone like Uncle Montez? Lionel's eyes sparkled. Lionel was actually quite excited. The better the treasures were, the easier time he'd have in finding Aina. He didn't know what happened a few days ago, but he suddenly felt that she was in trouble. This sort of feeling left him anxious. Though he had buried it to now, he was all too eager to make his way to terrain. However, Lionel didn't expect his question to make Montez solemn once more. What is it? Lionel probed. Don't tell me you're going to cheat me again? Montez sighed. It's nothing like that. It's just that the logistics around rewards for unique zones are a bit special. Montez shook his head. Forget it, I will give you your options, but don't take out your anger on me. I'm innocent. Lionel frowned. What was Montez trying to say? There are two paths for you to take. If you assess this normally, you can gain rewards as if this was a Tier 9 black zone. That way, all your rewards will take a single step up. Lionel's frown deepened. This wasn't because he didn't like what he had just heard, but because he felt that this was very fair, great, even. But, if Montez was reacting like this, that means that this wasn't fair at all. This sort of reality left Lionel feeling uncomfortable all over. It was as though his ignorance was being used to prey on him. If not for Uncle Montez being on his side in this matter, maybe he would have continued to be ignorant. The second option is to hand in all the evidence you gained of the unique zone over. Should you choose to do this, your rewards will gain another massive boost. Not only will this zone be treated as a Tier 9 black zone, but you can also pick out a true bronze grade treasure of any tier. Lionel abruptly stood from the ground, his gaze flashing. Montez was a bit stunned by Lionel's momentum, but he remained expressionless, silently waiting for Lionel's choice. They want to bribe me to cover this up. Lionel sneered. It seemed the longer he spent in this world, the more garbage he unearthed. Chapter 329. Montez didn't say anything in response to Lionel. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. The only reason so many worlds had come together to provide rewards to Earth for their progress in clearing zones was because they saw Earth's potential. There were plenty of other pseudo-fourth-dimensional worlds that didn't even qualify to gain such treatment. In addition, this system exposed the underbelly of something far more sinister. For these worlds to so casually hand out such treasures to a fledgling world, how much could they really care about such treasures? Lionel couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He and everyone else on Earth were doing all they could to earn these rewards, but weren't these just the scraps left behind by higher worlds who couldn't bother with them anymore? To those lofty beings, what were black and bronze treasures to them? They might not even bend down to pick up a silver-grade treasure off the side of the road. Yet here he was, jumping like a monkey for them. Lionel's rage slowly calmed. What point was there in being angry? He had to clear these zones one way or another for the sake of saving his home world. Even though he didn't have many positive emotions toward the current Earth, this still remained true. Since they wanted to give him their scraps, he would accept them for now. But, he would remember this. No thanks. Lionel said calmly. I'll be keeping the evidence to myself. Montez's gaze sparkled slightly. Are you sure? Such a choice came with its own consequences. But Montez was sure that Lionel didn't need this explained to him. This would most definitely place a target on Lionel's back. Not only this, but whatever organization, world or entity that had deemed to act against Earth this time would most definitely be thoroughly offended. Lionel had already ruined their long, well laid out plans. If he also didn't know when to take a step back and insisted on pursuing this matter, there would be no repairing such a relationship. "I'm sure," Lionel said casually, having already thrown this matter to the back of his head. He almost died not once but twice. In addition to this, these people wanted the resources he rightfully fought to earn. Yet, they wanted to lower his head and accept this trade? Though Uncle Montez had only said the word evidence, Lionel knew it implied that they also wanted to take the fourth-dimensional force art from him. And to think they wanted to trade a measly bronze-grade treasure for it. Lionel's couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He was pissed. All right, brat. That's enough of that. You're scaring your uncle making such a face." Montez smiled, heavily patting Lionel's shoulder as though greatly satisfied. But that minor action made Lionel feel as though a mountain was landing on him. He could only smile bitterly. Just how much more powerful than himself was Montez? "Now, your rewards. This will be designated as a Tier 9 black zone, so the rewards will be distributed as such. They will be split 3 ways, 1 portion to you." Lionel nodded. He had left Monet and Violet Rain alone, so he had already expected as much. "For clearing the main quest of saving King Arthur, you'll receive 4 Tier 9 black treasures. You failed to clear the side quests, whether that was to kill Mordred or solve the love triangle, though you made some progress on the harder of the two. So, no rewards for this. However, you managed to clear the most difficult mission and made Camelot a part of true history." Montez raised an eyebrow when he said this. It seemed that this wasn't so simple. "Uncle Montez, what exactly does that mean? What changes will happen?" "Well..." Montez hesitated. "The main benefit is the accelerated maturation of Earth. Originally, it should have taken a few more decades for the 4th dimension to descend. But this will happen much sooner, another few years at most." Lionel fell into his thoughts. He didn't know if this was necessarily a good thing. Another important change you should consider is the change to overall history. This will cause unique changes to Earth's history and by extension your zones to appear. It will become more difficult to rely on your understanding of history to clear zones now. Montez shook his head. Lionel felt like he wanted to say more, but he was clearly bound by something. Lionel had already gotten used to this. Montez had been like this from the very beginning. Anyway, due to the uniqueness of this hidden quest, the rewards are likewise better than they would usually be. You can gain 3 quasi-bronze treasures. Lionel took a deep breath. To go from a potential reward of true bronze treasures to quasi-ones didn't feel great, but he could only accept it. Plus, bronze treasures were considered 5th-dimensional treasures. There was no shame in not having them. In fact, there were many in 4th-dimensional worlds that couldn't even own a Tier 7 black treasure, let alone a quasi-bronze one. It was only a matter of perspective. Not only were there many worlds who couldn't even gain this level of support from higher dimensional worlds, even in those that did, how many could clear zones as difficult as the ones Lionel had? In addition, in 4th-dimensional worlds, they had to deal with 5th-dimensional zones. Any 4th-dimensional rewards they had gained in the past were now family heirlooms only passed on to the most worthy or the most talented. As for the rewards from 5th-dimensional zones, how could they be so easily grasped? How many could even try to take on such a zone? Let alone claim the rewards from them? Lionel wasn't aware of such things, but he still easily accepted the reality before him. There'd come a day where these lofty beings wouldn't be able to look down on him any longer. The first light of ambition lit within Lionel's heart. Maybe even he, himself, hadn't realized it quite yet, but all of his experiences to this point had been slowly building to this point. From a boy without aim or goals, he was slowly forming his own path. Chapter 330. For Tier 9 black treasures and 3 quasi-bronze treasures, Lionel already knew what he would use his first Tier 9 black treasure on. He didn't even need to think about it. So, he could be considered to have 6 choices to make. Should I choose treasures that will make my 10th node easier to form? Lionel felt that he was at a point now where he could finally attempt to follow through on his crazy idea. He remembered that there was a point in time he thought that he would need to form his 10th node before he could battle Lamorak. But now he realized that he had severely underestimated himself, so he was quite curious about just how powerful he would become. I'm not lacking in force, I still have the stalactite drippings from the hive. Force is probably what I lack the least of. Lionel still had many treasures he had gained from the hive that he had yet to use. For example, his mellow dew stalactites. They formed a drop of dew that contained an incredibly high density of force every so often. They were perfect for a final push of force when needed. Uncle Montez, if I want the rest of Dimensional Cleanse, what do I have to do? Montez's gaze flashed for a moment. When he scanned Lionel up and down, he was shocked again. You already formed the 2-star constitution? Lionel didn't really know how to respond to this. The creator of Dimensional Cleanse had always said that it would be difficult, but Lionel never struggled with it, so he never thought it was a big deal at all. Is that very difficult? Lionel asked. I think the creator was exaggerating. My stars always formed right after reaching the node requirement. I don't feel a bottleneck for forming the 3rd star either. Montez gave Lionel a weird look, but in the end, he kept his words to himself. Lionel apparently had no idea that oftentimes, one would wait to complete the foundation of Dimensional Cleanse entirely before forming 1 stars. Montez had never heard of it being so easy for someone that their stars formed automatically. In addition, those who practiced Dimensional Cleanse weren't normally people of Lionel's level. And by level, that would refer to how low his world was on the dimensional rankings. Montez sighed and shook his head. It's impossible for you to trade for later portions of Dimensional Cleanse with your current rewards. The next part is worth at least a Tier 9 bronze reward. Of course, if you change your mind and hand in the evidence. Lionel's expression darkened, but his silence made his stance clear. He had no intention of doing this. Then what about information for where to find the later portions? Lionel still remembered the introduction Montez had given him, even though it felt like a lifetime ago. Aside from treasures, it was possible to buy information as well. It was just that Lionel never thought he would waste one of his rightfully earned treasures on such a thing. But, he was also aware of just how important Dimensional Cleanse was to him. It seemed that even though Montez could bend the rules slightly, he couldn't break them. So, this was the only choice Lionel had left. Montez's smile deepened at these words. It will cost one of your quasi-bronze treasures. Lionel nearly stumbled. Information was this expensive? Who the hell was playing a joke on him right now, because it wasn't very funny? Lionel clenched his jaw. He would definitely remember this moment. Alright, I'll trade. When Lionel spoke, the magic counter reappeared once again. When it stopped flashing, all that was left was a singular piece of beautifully polished metal. It was incredibly flat and had an almost oval shape. Lionel almost immediately recognized the metal. There were many ways of storing information in the universe. The crystals of Camelot were one way and this metal represented another. Compared to the crystal of Camelot, memory ore could store millions if not trillions of times more information. Memory ore was able to store and memorize fluctuations of force and inscribe it onto its chemical structure. The issue with memory ore, though, was that it was incredibly difficult to use. And, although somewhat less so, it was also incredibly difficult to read. Only those with high control of their soul force could cause the subtle changes needed to jot down information. And, likewise, only those with exceptional sensitivity in the soul force could detect these changes. As such, memory ore wasn't only useful for holding information, but it was a symbol of skill and status. On top of this, it had the greatest ratio of surface area to memory capacity in the whole of the universe. The moment Lionel saw this ore, he realized that Uncle Montez was helping him out again. There were many things Lionel was ignorant of, but metals and ores were one thing he was most definitely not. Memory ore alone, disregarding the information within it, was considered a seventh-dimensional item. Lionel shouldn't even be allowed to come into contact with such a thing, let alone exchanging a mere quasi-bronze treasure for it. Lionel took a deep breath and gave Montez a look, but the latter stared back as though nothing was wrong. What, you don't want the information anymore? Regretting it? Lionel almost couldn't refrain from rolling his eyes. With his current level of skill, it was impossible for him to read the information on this memory organ. However, even if it would take him 100 years to do so, it would be worth it. Who could just casually trade for a seventh-dimensional item? I'll take it, Lionel said solemnly. And I'll remember this. He spoke these words within his heart. There was no need to say them out loud. He didn't know why Montez had helped him out so much since he had come to know him, but by this point, Lionel didn't care. There would come a day where he would repay the favor. Chapter 331. Lionel carefully put this memory ore away. He didn't know what information it held and he didn't even attempt to read it. If he was too careless, he might disrupt the chemical structure of the ore and destroy the information on it. So, he didn't dare to. Of course, this was just Lionel being overly cautious. His current strength couldn't even elicit a reaction from the ore, let alone destroy the information on it. But, regardless, he wouldn't be able to read it now. And, since Uncle Montez wasn't helping him to read it, it was clear that he was unworthy of knowing this information just yet. The bad news was that this meant that Lionel couldn't progress far into the fourth dimension for a long while, at least until he could read the contents of this organ. However, there was still good news. After all, Lionel now had a path to finding the rest of Dimensional Cleanse. And, he had a good feeling that whatever it is he found would be better than what the Tier 9 bronze reward would have given him. In addition, though Lionel couldn't strengthen himself the conventional way, there were still many other ways for him to do so. For one, there was his ability. Secondly, there was the Four Seasons realm. And, thirdly, there was still his soul force, which had vast rooms for improvement. Thinking to this point, Lionel suddenly felt he had a direction to move in. Thanks to Camelot fusing with Earth's fold of reality, he still had his bow and even his quiver. By Lionel's estimation, his bow was a quasi-bronze treasure as well that he had yet to get the full potential out of, so there was no need to change it. After all, he still couldn't even pull the string to a full moon. As for the quiver, though it was still silver and the equivalent of a Tier 6 or 7 treasure, it was serviceable and Lionel didn't feel a need to waste one of his picks on it. After that, one might think Lionel would choose a defensive treasure. But, Lionel didn't feel like this was necessary. Not only would he soon have the skill he needed to reward his quasi-bronze chain necklace, thanks to his absorption of herbor, his body was already about to break past the standard stage. Defense was the least of his worries. Uncle Montez, ID like a movement technique of the quasi-bronze level, preferably something that matches well with my snowy star owl lineage factor. Montez's gaze flashed once again. So he's awakened this as well already? Lionel had decided long ago to go with this route. After he saw the strength of movement techniques thanks to Merlin's trials, he knew he needed something like this very soon. Montez clapped his hands and the counter began to flash. The light element was rare to begin with. In addition, the snowy star owl was well known for its speed. In fact, the speed branch was the only branch awakening Lionel hadn't completed till now. This was all to say that the number of techniques that met Lionel's requirements were pitifully few, even fewer than the number of techniques he had to pick from when he chose Dimensional Cleanse. Still, much like when he chose Dimensional Cleanse, Lionel felt one calling out to him the moment he laid eyes on it. He didn't even feel the need to look at the others. Gold Feather Step. Even without opening the cover, Lionel knew that this was the one. He could faintly feel that it was separated into 3 different kinds of steps. One projected into his mind like a bird soaring through the skies, the second was like a bird diving with its wings pinned back, and the last was a majestic bird fluttering its wings, vanishing and then reappearing from sight. This is the one. Like this, Lionel chose his second quasi-bronze treasure. Say. Uncle Montez. Lionel's gaze became absent-minded for a moment as he held on to Gold Feather Step. He felt as though his mind had been taken into an all-new world. Do you think it's possible to reach the Four Seasons realm in movement? Montez's aura abruptly changed, his gaze becoming sharp as though he wanted to look into Lionel's soul. However, after a while, he saw that Lionel was still in a daze, as though he wasn't thinking about what he was saying at all. What a little monster. I wonder if he can do it. If others heard Montez's thoughts, they would think if he was wondering about whether Lionel could succeed in the task he just asked about. Only Uncle Montez himself knew that he was referring to something much grander. Whatever that something grander was, it was related to the question Lionel had just asked. A long while later, Lionel finally shook awake and carefully placed Gold Feather Step away. For my last quasi-bronze treasure, I need a better force art quill. I'm beginning to get a bit limited by my current one. Ho ho. Montez chuckled and clapped his hands once again. For Lionel to make such a choice, it was clear that his force crafting was coming along quite well. Eventually, Lionel picked out a black quill with sharp silver trimmings. Lionel's last quill came with a wind force art that aided in swiftness, but Lionel found it to be a bit gimmicky. This one came with a metallic affinity that added sharpness. Like this, Lionel could use less force to inscribe on tougher metals. This would help with his accuracy and precision in the long run, not to mention his stamina. With this quill, Lionel might very well be able to pump out Tier 9 black treasures of his own with consistency from now on. At this point, Lionel had 4 more treasures to pick. Since one was left for his ticket to terrain, he had just 3. Lionel realized that with his skill in force crafting, using these rewards on treasures would be a waste. What he needed were things he couldn't build or make himself now or in the immediate future. After some thought, he decided to ask a question. Uncle Montez, I have a beast partner with a dark elemental affinity. But, right now, the little guy is just an infant and is probably at the best time to help set his future path. He also has a lot of talent, his ability is already within the bronze grade despite still being a third-dimensional creature. Do you have anything that can help him mature along the right path? Montez blinked. It seemed like this kid was set on giving him more and more surprises every time they met. A third-dimensional creature with a fifth-dimensional ability most definitely had an exaggerated growth path ahead of it. If treated properly, this little beast could be a lifelong partner. In addition, since the little mink was born on Earth, it had a chance to. Montez smiled and clapped his hands once more. Chapter 332. Abilities were an incredibly important part of a person's potential. Even among those of the highest echelon, entities that existed within the 6th of 7th dimension, often, their most powerful tool were their abilities. Abilities could transcend strength. An existence like the little mink who had a 5th-dimensional ability could display combat prowess far beyond the realms of reason. In addition, the little guy also avoided the suppression one would experience upon entering higher dimensional worlds. However, at the same time, subduing such a partner was incredibly difficult. The fact Lionel had would of course surprise Montez because the latter knew that Lionel didn't have a beast-taming ability. Bring the little one out. Lionel nodded and brought little Blackstar out. The little guy was still in the midst of his dreamland. Rolling over in Lionel's hands, the little mink stuck his little tongue out in a yawn before burying its little head in Lionel's chest. Montez's gaze landed on little Blackstar, observing intently for a while. The little one is indeed an infant. I'd say at most a few months old, maybe only half a year at most. Within a zone, aging continued as per one's original timeline. But, even if this wasn't the case, the little mink had spent most of the time within suspended animation, which stopped all biological functions to begin with except for certain exceptions like healing in some cases. Of course, that was only if Lionel allowed it. The fact the little mink was so young made something else make much more sense. The Project Hunt Island should have been properly vetted to maintain a certain level of difficulty. But, Lionel was certain that there was no way anyone other than himself could have dealt with this little mink. The fact the little mink was only born recently somewhat took the Slayer Legion off the hook for such a mistake, albeit just a small bit. So it's a Shadow Sovereign, huh? Montez mumbled beneath his breath. Shadow Sovereign? Lionel asked. Shadow magic is an uncommon branch to run across, though it exists. Those who learn it through unconventional means can be considered minor disciples of the practice. Those who inherit it through their lineage factor are a step above in this regard and can be considered primary disciples. But those who awaken it through their abilities are considered to be of the highest regard and can become shadow sovereigns. Of course, that depends on the evolution potential of said ability. There are often times when a lineage factor can surpass an ability. Lionel's eyes lit up with understanding. It seems that he had underestimated just how important abilities were even now. From Uncle Montez's words, it seemed that abilities even superseded lineage factors. Though this wasn't always the case, it seemed to be enough of a precedent to allow Uncle Montez to say those words with confidence. If you want to lay a path for the little one, the best choice is to allow its ability to resonate and synergize with a lineage factor. So, at that moment, the shifting of the counter had come to a stop and several vials of blood appeared. Each of these vials of blood will develop the little one down a different path. However, along with these vials, you also need to trade for the method of implementing them. All in all, any choice you make will be worth 2 tier 9 black treasures. Lionel nodded in understanding. He didn't know anything about using blood to enhance one's ability, but from what he understood about the human body, just drinking it obviously wouldn't help integrate the blood properly. Of course, Lionel had no idea that the woman he was always thinking of had done exactly that. But Ana was a bit of a special case. Shadow magic has many potential branches and a wide-ranging scope. Montez pointed to the first of 5 vials. This comes from an infant dark mimicry bat. Upon maturation it becomes a 5th-dimensional beast. In fact, this is the same for all the others as well. Its blood helps enhance the mimicry branch of shadow lineage factors. Everyone's shadow is as unique as one's soul. The mimicry branch can analyze that uniqueness, snatch it, and make it its own. Lionel's eyes suddenly widened. So that's what that was. Montez sent a questioning look toward Lionel. Lionel recollected himself. Little Blackstar has a shadow world within his body. Due to a skill I gained within the mythological zone called Perfect Union, I can see into it a small bit. But, maybe because the skill is pretty low level, I can only get a vague understanding of it. But, I once saw a life that I was sure wasn't Little Blackstar's within it. I was racking my brain, thinking about what it was. But now I feel like it must have been a form of mimicry that Blackstar hasn't quite learned to use yet. Though Perfect Union sounded, well, perfect, it had ultimately been just a silver skill from Merlin's trials. How could it be as flawless as described? The life that Lionel saw within Blackstar's shadow world had baffled Lionel for a long time. But, within the trials, he had chosen to ignore it and focus on what he did understand. After all, he was fighting for his life. He didn't have the luxury to slowly figure things out. And, now that Lionel thought about it, that life form reminded him a lot of. Lionel's eyes glowed. Within the Force Core mine, Little Blackstar had fought Simeon's numbered warriors and killed one of them with a sharp force ability. Lionel hadn't been able to pinpoint what was so familiar about that life until Montez spoke just now. That much meant that Little Blackstar could elicit the ability of that man. But, how much he could glean or use and to what level of strength was still questionable. It was just the first vial of blood, but Lionel was already greatly intrigued. Chapter 333. Oh. The more Montez learned about this little mink, the more curious he became. From what he knew, Shadow World was an extremely exclusive and legendary ability of shadow magic users. The fact this little mink had it meant that it wasn't limited in the shadow abilities it could use, whether it was the magic system's offensive, defensive, evasive, or auxiliary abilities, he could learn them all. A good chance that this little one could indeed. Montez mumbled. A good chance? For what? Montez smiled mysteriously. Every world has its own champions. The champion of the humans is the wielder of the world spirit. But, when it comes to newly evolved worlds like yours, beasts are at a great disadvantage. Did you think that the universe just favored humanoid creatures? Of course, beasts have their own opportunities. Whether or not you can find out more will depend on yourself and this little one. Lionel's gaze sparkled but didn't ask any more. This vial is from the dark illusion mouse. It's a creature especially known for its speed and evasive maneuvers. It has the ability to disappear in the shadows and become incorporeal. This falls within the movement branch of shadow magic. This vial is from the purple red-eyed spider. It's known for its corrosive energy. This falls within the attack branch of shadow magic and specifically within the corrosive force sub-branch. This vial is from the prowling. Lionel listened to Montez seriously. Of the vials, one focused on the mimicry branch, one of the movement branch, two of the offensive branch, and the final was a special case that could fit in the attack and defensive branch. Lionel had thought he would settle on the mimicry branch the moment he heard about it. This was because the little minx seemed to have already awakened a like ability. Plus, the little guy's attack wasn't lacking. But, after he heard about the final beast, the undying abyss bear, he hesitated. The bear had a special evolution of dark elemental force that carried some characteristics of a black hole. It allowed attacks to be easily nullified, giving it great defenses. But, it likewise had a devastating attack as a result. It was a hard decision, but Lionel ultimately decided upon the mimicry branch. His reasoning was simple. Choosing the undying abyss bear blood would be like cornering the little minx's future progress, while the mimicry branch was the exact opposite. If Lionel made the foundation of the little minx's ability mimicry, it would lay a foundation that could deviate with endless possibilities. However, if he chose the blood of the undying abyss bear, it would lock in the little minx's dark elemental force to a certain type unless the blood was purged. As long as a proper foundation was laid, anything could be chosen in the future. It wouldn't be too late to give the little minx the black hole characteristic by then. But for now, Lionel felt it was smarter to both lay a broader foundation while also following up on the evolution path the little minx was already tending toward to begin with. "I'll choose the dark mimicry bat," Lionel said after a long while. Montez nodded, exchanging the blood and method of use with Lionel at once. This left Lionel with just one treasure to pick from. Remember that you're raising this little one as your own. Since you've picked his path, you have to be careful about what you choose for its next evolution. Also, remember that this blood is only supplementary. Your choices are meant to enhance the ability of your partner, not supersede them. If a human were to take this blood, the effects would be minimal at best, not to mention leave behind lingering injuries. Beasts are somewhat better at consuming blood with the appropriate care and techniques, but the prerequisite is that the blood suits them. I'm satisfied with your first choice, so don't stray in the future. Hearing these words, Lionel nodded seriously. This dispelled all thoughts he had of potentially using this blood on himself and also left him at a loss for what to use his final treasure on. Lionel fell into his thoughts once again. At first, Lionel didn't know what he wanted. But, after a while, he remembered a certain chariot that once made him grind his teeth in rage. Back then, he had suffered a big loss at the hands of Captain Sela. He swore that when he got the chance, he would definitely get a movement treasure of better quality. Thinking of the Slayer Legion, Lionel's gaze flashed with a cold light. After a while, Lionel's cold demeanor faded into a grin. "Uncle Montez, I need a ride." At that moment, a familiar island was surrounded by a depressing gloom. This island was none other than the very one the Slayer Legion had found the Camelot Zone on. However, compared to the past, it looked much different. Raging winds and violent storms had taken hold of the island. The thick trees swayed wildly from side to side, their green leaves flying in every which direction. The ground was soaked completely through, turning the endless greenery into a marshland that was more reminiscent of a rice farm than a forest. Up above, black clouds rolled and rumbled, flashing with vicious arcs of lightning. The shores of the island were a complete mess. The ocean looked like a dense expanse of black, huge waves crashing and rolling onto the sides of the island as though threatening to swallow it whole. It was on this very island and in these very conditions that a fiery argument was taking place. "Do you think that I, Hacker Hutch, am a pushover?" Hutch stood with a rusted blade, his seemingly old and frail frame standing tall beneath the rushing winds and heavy rain. Under the dark skies, he seemed like a sheathed blade ready to unleash at any moment. "Hutch, I suggest you put the blade away." A man whose momentum seemed no less than Hutch stood opposing him. Monet and Violet Rain had already exited, but judging by the fact no others had come with them, it was clear that everyone else had died. However, according to these women, Lionel was just fine. Hutch had stormed to this place the moment he heard about the actions Monet took behind his back that day. But, by then, they had already long since entered the zone, so he could only wait. Unfortunately, his movements had alerted others. And, this matter only blew up further after it was found out that several promising geniuses and commanders had died within the zone, one of which actually personally died at Lionel's hand. On the sidelines, Badger stood with reddened eyes, the rain soaking him all the way through. When he heard that Mayfly had died, it hit him like a ton of bricks. Any hatred he held for not being allowed to enter the zone had been transferred toward his hatred for Lionel. He wanted nothing more than to rip him limb from limb. "Oh. And are you going to take my blade from me, Catrice? Come and take it." Catrice's face darkened. His standing was no less than Hutch's, a retired supreme. So, why would he fear him? "I think it's best you think about your next steps carefully." Catrice practically growled, his figure seemingly growing by a size beneath his billowing aura. "Others are already dissatisfied with you. Do you think you can just boot an appointed supreme from their position just because you feel like it? Did you already forget what happened all those years ago?" Hutch's aura sharpened and he sneered a toothy grin. "It seems that my machete hasn't tasted blood in so long that some people really think they can talk to me however it is they want. I'll let you choose. Would you rather lose your left or right arm? Or would you prefer to lose a leg?" Hutch's bloodthirsty aura caused those spectating members of the Slayer Legion who had been tasked with protecting the island to feel as though their blood had frozen over. It was then that the whirring of the zone suddenly caught everyone's attention. At that moment, a teenage boy dressed in rags stepped out, his bronze hair becoming practically the only light in this dark atmosphere. The boy yawned. He seemed to genuinely be tired and couldn't be bothered by what was happening around him. When he wiped the tears from his eyes enough to clear his vision, he saw that he had been surrounded. "Oh. Hey, old man." The boy smiled. Who else could it be if not Lionel Morales? Chapter 334. Lionel's casual greeting reached all of their ears. At that moment, everyone's attention shot toward the same teenage boy. Despite the fact he looked as though he had just crawled out from a garbage dump, he held a certain undeniable valiant air that made him too difficult to ignore. Lionel yawned again. This sort of scene, why did it feel so familiar? Beneath their gazes, Lionel flipped his palm and allowed numerous snow globes to appear. Afterward, members of the Aderna family began to appear one after another, plopping to the ground as Lionel released them. Big brother Lionel. Nana was the first to recover as she wasn't harmed to begin with. While the others were still in a daze, Nana seemed to realize that Lionel must have been the one that saved them. Lionel smiled lightly, patting the little girl's head. Seeing her childish excitement, he could tell just how much the Camelot zone had weighed on her mind. The second of the Aderna family to come to was their oldest and the man that had been responsible for their lives. However, it seemed that he had failed in his task as a guardian fairly badly. And, to make matters worse, his mind was still foggy. He found it difficult to tell whether or not they were still within a zone. This elder's name was Mattias. He couldn't help but look toward Lionel with a hint of confusion. Lionel only smiled. "I hope your Aderna family remembers this favor." Mattias blinked in confusion. "Favor? Wait." He looked around and seemed to recognize the island they were on. They had escaped. How? Mattias had been absolutely certain that they would all be dead. "All right, bye." Lionel waved and seemed set to leave, causing many to be shocked. Catrice's gaze sharpened. Did this boy really not take them seriously? Lionel. The roar cut through the heavy rain and rumbling clouds. Even Lionel couldn't help but look back only to see an infuriated badger. In fact, the latter's skin had reddened to the point that it seemed to steam beneath the rain. Lionel frowned slightly. It wasn't only him, but Hutch as well. It had to be remembered that Mayfly and Badger were sent by Hutch in order to save Lionel and the others of the island. It could be said that Badger was thus a person of Hutch's. No matter how you looked at it, him standing out now would only muddy the situation. Do you have something to say to me? Lionel shifted his gaze toward Badger. How could he not tell why the latter was enraged? However, what did Mayfly's death have to do with him? If he should be blaming anyone, it should be Monet for failing to protect her own. And, even if he didn't want to blame Monet, he should then blame the Aderna family for screwing everything up to begin with. This was a unique zone. Deaths were practically inevitable. If the plan doesn't had entered, it was likely that the death count would have been the same if not worse. Badger fumed beneath Lionel's nonchalance, but he soon calmed, his gaze becoming a smothering volcano that was ready to erupt at any time. Large wings spread from his back. It seemed like he might shoot forward at any moment, ready to risk his life to take Lionel's. Lionel shook his head and couldn't be bothered. He didn't want to stir up any more problems. Before he left Earth, he still wanted to destroy the Royal Blue Fort. If these issues blew up instead, he would have to head to Terrain first and deal with it later. This was obviously something he didn't want to do. Lionel was still worried about his teammates. There was no telling if the junior Governor Duke had chosen to target his friends in his absence. In normal times, Lionel would trust James to protect them, but the event of that month taught him that James truly couldn't be counted upon. When it came down to it, James placed the matters of his family above friendship and camaraderie. If Lionel thought about it, there wasn't anything necessarily wrong with this approach. If he was asked to choose between his father and his friends, wouldn't the choice be obvious? Of course, if others heard Lionel's thoughts, they would think him too cold or calculating. How could one so easily make such a choice? But to Lionel, it was just this simple. However, it seemed that Lionel wouldn't be getting his wish: unauthorized entry into a zone, hoarding of contraband, and the murder of a fellow soldier. Lionel's crimes were calmly listed by a familiar feminine voice. He didn't even need to look to know that the person in question was Monet. Lionel's gaze swept through the crowd to land on the red-armored middle-aged beauty. At this point, Lionel didn't even bother. He took out a talisman. Since he wasn't going to be able to leave here peacefully to do what he needed to do, he would just leave to Terrain now. However, he would remember this. He was certain that by the time he came back, these Supremes wouldn't be able to handle him even if they banded together as one. By then, no one could stop him from doing what he needed to do. The expression of those watching changed. Of all the things they expected, for Lionel to say not a word and truly prepare to leave caught them completely off guard. Lionel, wait. Lionel paused. There was only one person he would even bother to listen to at this point, and that was obviously Hutch. Though Lionel was a bit unsatisfied with the way the old man had kidnapped him against his will, delaying his plans to raise the Royal Blue Fort to the ground, he still felt that the retired Supreme was a net positive on his life. The old man sighed. Just stay, will you? With me here, who would dare do anything to you? If you want, in a few years, I'll even give my supreme position to you. I'll see who dares to say anything. Hearing these words, others were stunned while Lionel just smiled. I appreciate the sentiment, old man. But, I think it's best that the Slayer Legion and I part ways from here on. Hutch shook his head. They're a bit shameless, but it's still not good to be alone in this new world order. Youths like you need an umbrella to grow beneath. Lionel grinned. Shameless is a good word for it. The people I just saved the lives of are now accusing me of crimes. I wonder how many of them would be alive without me. Monet's expression turned ice cold, red flames flickering within the depths of her pupils. But, Lionel continued unperturbed. And I dunno. Something about that umbrella term makes me itch all over. With a last smile, Lionel activated the talisman. "I'll be seeing you, old man." Chapter 335. Everyone watched as Lionel vanished. In truth, it wasn't that they didn't consider the idea of Lionel using one of his rewards for a chance to escape, it was just that none of them had expected him to leave without practically saying a word. Had it not been for Hutch trying to get him to stay, he would have probably spared them all just a single glance and left. It was pure disdain. He couldn't even bother to try and defend himself regardless of whether or not he was in the right. He felt no obligation toward them. Yet, somehow, his gaze was burned into all their minds. He never said the words "I'll remember this" aloud, yet they somehow felt as though it was echoing in their ears again and again. Hutch sighed and shook his head. Seems that brat is finally slowly awakening to his true self. Lionel's final words constantly reverberated in his mind. "Something about that umbrella makes me itch all over." Suddenly, Hutch began to laugh. He looked no different from a madman in the midst of the rain. But, no one dared to take a madman holding a machete lightly. Catra's expression flickered numerous times before it settled into a sneer. "I'll be sure to report all of this back without missing a single detail, Hutch. Not only did you bring such a scourge into the Slayer Legion, you didn't even care that one of the geniuses under your charge died due to his actions." At that moment, Hutch seemed to remember something. Suddenly, his vision sharpened. Catra's hair stood on end. He immediately shot backward, his nerves tense. In that instant, the world seemed to slow. No matter how hard Catras tried to move, he couldn't seem to accelerate. It was as though he had been slowed to slow motion or that the world around him had suddenly been fast-forwarded. Shoo! Blood spurted as a limb twirled into the air. The crimson was quickly washed away by the endless barrage of rain, but even then, it was just as quickly replaced by a new flow. Catras paled, looking down at his right arm which now lay on the ground. "Since you didn't make the choice, I decided to make the choice for you," Hutch said casually. His indifferent voice made everyone freeze. His complete nonchalance in the face of blood and gore made them feel as though he wouldn't lose a wink of sleep even if he killed them all one by one. "Consider this a simple reminder that you can't just speak to anyone as you please," Hutch continued. "And, as for the death of Mayfly, you seem to forget that I raised her practically as my own daughter." The indifference in Hutch's voice soon became coldness. His gaze swept over, landing on Monet. In that instant, Monet felt as though she had been thrown into an icy hell. Her knees uncontrollably buckled, causing her to almost fall to the ground. All the lofty demeanor she had, even when she was facing the demons of Camelot, came crumbling down with a single look. I would really like to know what her superior officer was doing as Mayfly died. You all seem to want to focus on the fact that Lionel wasn't meant to enter, when the truth was that Lionel was originally on the list of entries. The one who wasn't was Monet, who self-inserted. Isn't that right? Monet shivered. This was true. Originally, Badger and Mayfly were meant to enter as one. They were so used to partnering with one another that the sum of their teamwork was far beyond themselves individually. To say that they could surpass a Supreme when working together wasn't an exaggeration at all. This was the New World Order, after all. Being older didn't necessarily mean you were stronger since Earth was still in its infancy. Monet grit her teeth and squeezed out all her strength to speak. Lionel injured Badger before their entry. There was no choice. Oh. Hutch laughed as though he was amused that Monet dared to speak back. And why would he hurt Badger? Hadn't they just worked together to escape the beast tied on the Project Hunt Island? I wonder what made them enemies in such a short time. Hutch's questions seemed light, but they all put more and more pressure on Monet. The latter felt as though her heart might stop completely if she was pressured any more. At that moment, the situation suddenly changed. Hutch's gaze narrowed as he looked off into the distance. An older man with a head of white, flowing hair approached with a pair of massive white wings. He looked no different from a deity descending upon the mortal world. Whether it was his demeanor or looks, he seemed impeccable. Even the winds and rain bent around him. That's enough, Hutch. Hutch looked up but didn't say much of anything. He only sheathed his blade and began to walk away with broad steps. The angelic man frowned toward the disregard. I hope you understand, Hutch, that among the retired Supreme, you aren't the only one who's awakened a variant ability. If you make an enemy of us all, at that moment, the angelic man found the world around him slowing. His eyes widened, a blinding golden light emitting from his body. But, before he could react, Hutch had already appeared in the skies, snatching a handful of white feathers and landing heavily on the ground. I wonder, how many more do you think I need to pluck off before you can't fly above me anymore? The angelic man suddenly seethed in rage. But, remembering Hutch's ability, he also felt his heart go cold. Why did such a madman have to awaken such an ability? In the end, the angelic man remained silent, watching as Hutch walked away. Though Hutch seemed slow, he had already left the range of the island in the blink of an eye, gliding over the black, raging waters. At the moment Hutch was gaining some interest for Lionel, the latter had found himself in a completely unexpected situation. Unlike Aina, Lionel was teleported to a proper place. There was a well-elevated platform located in the middle of a bustling city. In fact, Lionel's initial appearance didn't garner much attention until it did. Lionel hadn't even stepped off the platform yet when a dozen armed guards charged forward, spears and swords in hand as they completely surrounded him. Lionel turned his gaze back to the first person he had seen after entering this place. She was a woman of average looks who gained a salary for manning and maintaining the order of the teleportation pad. In fact, Lionel and her had just had an amicable exchange. The dictionary had begun to work again, so Lionel only had to rely on it to communicate in this odd, new language. He didn't think there was a problem with doing so as he had already noticed several translation treasures in the hands or on the bodies of others. But now, for whatever reason, that same woman who he had just been conversing with was avoiding his gaze. Lionel wanted nothing more than to find a hotel and take a nice long sleep. But now he was suddenly being threatened from all sides. Where was the justice? Chapter 336. Lionel was speechless. Just how bad was his luck? He hadn't even been on this world for all of 5 minutes when he suddenly found himself in a heap of trouble once again. The worst part was, he didn't even know what he had done wrong. At that moment, there were shouts coming at him from all directions, but he couldn't understand anything they were saying. Though it was possible to use the dictionary to translate, that could obviously only be done one at a time. He had no idea what all the fuss was about. Lionel closed his eyes and shook his head, willing his fatigue away to deal with the current situation. Speak one at a time, please. I have no idea what you're saying. Lionel used the dictionary to translate these words, but the shouting didn't seem to stop. In fact, it intensified. It was obvious that these people knew Lionel was a foreigner and this wasn't even an area where foreigners were rare, yet they kept speaking in their native tongue. It was hard to believe that they weren't doing it all on purpose. Lionel tried to speak with the lady that received him again, but she continued to avoid eye contact for reasons he was left completely in the dark of. He truly had no idea why he was being treated like this. By this point, a sizable crowd had been built. After all, this was a bustling city square to begin with and was most definitely a hotspot for tourists. When they saw such good entertainment before them, how could they not take a pause for a look? As more and more people gathered, Lionel suddenly noticed a striking difference between himself and them. Everywhere he looked, no matter where it was, everyone was excellently dressed. Even the most modest amongst these people who kept their jewelry to a minimum and refrained from wearing elaborate dresses carved of expensive furs exuded the air of nobility. Lionel had always been an observant person. It wasn't a matter of his ability, but rather his social abilities. He realized that in a place like this, considering he was dressed from head to toe in rags, he stuck out like a sore thumb. Is it really because of my clothing? At this point, the shouting around Lionel seemed to come to a stop, which caused Lionel to stop observing his surroundings. A leader of sorts stepped forward and spoke some words. Lionel sighed a breath of relief. Finally, we're getting somewhere. Lionel could tell that they had stopped their shouting tactic after realizing he wasn't very moved by it at all. He didn't know why these armored warriors wanted to intimidate him, but he could only slowly realize the truth from here on out. State your name, affiliation, and purpose. The dictionary translated for Lionel, finally allowing him to tell just what was going on. I need to learn this language as quickly as possible. Lionel didn't feel off-put by the question. Even on Earth alone, just traveling from province to province elicited questions just like this. It only made sense that it would be asked when it came to travel between worlds. My name is Lionel, I come from Earth. I'm only here on vacation. Lionel felt there was no need to speak about his purpose of finding Aina. Speaking truthfully would only raise more questions. In addition, he had no idea what Aina's current situation was, but he still hadn't forgotten that eerie feeling from before. If he wasn't just being paranoid and she really was in trouble, then mentioning the fact that he was looking for her would only put them both in danger. The spectators had much more sophisticated translation treasures than Lionel did. So, they all understood his words practically immediately. But, as a result, they were confused and gave Lionel weird looks. Earth? They had never heard of it. Though Earth was greatly valued by higher dimensional worlds, information about it wasn't quite widespread yet. These people might look rich, but compared to true nobles, they still had a long way to go. That said, the reason they were giving Lionel weird gazes wasn't because of this. There were too many worlds, how could they know all of them? That was impossible. What they found weird was the fact he said he was here to be a tourist, but if that was the case, why was he dressed like that? Lionel, however, was thinking about something completely different. He didn't miss the sharpening of the captain's gaze after he spoke of Earth. Just what was going on? Come with us for further questioning. The captain said coldly. Lionel frowned at these words, but the guards seemed to react immediately to his hesitation, placing their hands on their weapons. There's something weird about these guards. They don't seem to be dressed like natives of this land. Lionel separated out everyone he observed into 3 categories. There were natives, tourists, and these guards. Natives all seemed to wear garbs that crossed flexible armor with robes, giving them a distinctive look. These guards, however, had their own mode of dressing. Each of them wore fluttering robes, but they were split below their waist into 4 sections. One section to each of the sides of their hips and one to their front and back. This design exposed the metallic sheet armor that covered their legs. In addition to this, each of them had the same design on their lapels, a golden pin that held an oddly shaped star and cross. It seemed to exude a level of authority that garnered the respect of all those that looked at them. The more Lionel observed, the more he felt there was something off about this. He looked back toward the woman who had received him again, not surprised to find her still dodging his gaze. By now, he was certain that these men were called here by her. What a joke. To think they had just been having a friendly conversation only to find out that she had been stirring up trouble for him. The young woman shivered. Compared to Lionel's previous inquisitive gaze, she could feel the coldness of this one. Her heart skipped several beats, losing its regularity. The change left her unable to breathe properly. Lionel looked away. I will follow you. He regained his calm, glancing toward the captain with an indifferent expression. The captain frowned, but ultimately gave the signal to surround Lionel and escort him away. Chapter 337. The young woman watched Lionel's back disappear into the distance, her breathing still hitching. It was only after a long while that she gritted her teeth in rage. If it wasn't for the fact she was still in public, she would have likely found anything she could to throw and bash around. How dare he? How dare he? How dare he? The young lady ground her teeth in silence. What happened? Who was that guy? At that moment, a familiar voice to the young lady stepped forward. The young woman, looked up to find exactly who she expected to. It was another young woman of similar age and type. They both had decent looks and cute features. It was truly a case of like people attracting one another. From afar, they even looked quite like sisters even though they weren't. Sil. Ugh, I thought you said that this job would be easy. Sil giggled, rounding Rai's desk and hooking her arm around her friend's. You've already had this job for years. Now that you've soaked up all the benefits, you want to come back here and blame me? It seemed that Sil had quite the standing. If not, how could she have possibly helped regain such a position? Sil seemed quite amused by her friends complaining and wanted to ask more, but the teleportation pad suddenly lit once again. Ri hid her dissatisfaction and politely greeted another client. After some pleasantries, she sent this person on their way and sat back down in a huff. Now can you tell me what happened? Ri pouted. With your connections, you could easily find out. Why make me talk about something that makes me upset? What kind of friend are you? Sil giggled. Second and third hand information isn't as good as the real thing. Come on, don't hold out on me. Plus, you know that my family doesn't have much jurisdiction over them. When she said these words, Sil's playful expression became a tad bit more solemn. But, regardless, she still pressed Ri for answers. Ri sighed and caved in. A couple months ago, they briefed all of us attendants on some new information. Apparently they're cracking down on fugitives and escapees. Whenever I see a sign of suspicious activity, I'm supposed to make small talk with the suspect and secretly call for reinforcements. But this bastard actually glared at me like that just because I was doing my job. Sil's eyes sparkled. A crackdown? Why? Who are they trying to catch? Who would be bold enough to become a fugitive in the eyes of those people? Clearly, to Sil, this wasn't a normal case. Let's just say that becoming a fugitive of a world or even a network of worlds wasn't as bad as becoming a fugitive in the eyes of these people. I don't know anything, I just followed their orders. Ri said with an exasperated sigh. Sil giggled. He only glared at you a bit, is there a need to be so angry? Ri gave her own glare at these words. You don't get it. I thought I was going to die. A measly third-dimensional brat actually pressured me, how embarrassing. Sil blinked. He was in the third dimension yet you still called them for him? Ri froze for a moment. Then, she blushed profusely. It seemed she realized she had done something wrong. That was right, how could someone in the third dimension be who they were looking for? It was no wonder he glared at her. After a while, Ri regained her bearing and bit her teeth. Even if she made a mistake, there was no need to treat her like that. What a bad guy. What good was being a bit handsome if you were so weak? Humph, Ri finally snorted. If I see him again, I'll definitely have sister-in-law teach him a lesson. Sil burst into a fit of giggles. This sister-in-law Ri was referring to was actually her own sister-in-law. Sil had an elder brother who treated the both of them like his own little sisters. So, despite the fact they weren't blood-related, Ri still called her sister-in-law. Of course, there were deeper matters in relation to this oddity, but they were unimportant at this moment. It's really curious, though. Sil said after a moment. Isn't it supposed to be a struggle for those in the third dimension to adjust to a fourth-dimensional world? Where did he get the strength to glare at you? Ri froze again, seemingly stumped once more. Sil giggled and shook her head. This friend of hers had always been a bit simple. If not for this, she would have helped her get a far more prestigious job than this. Though this gig paid well and was very stable and safe, it wasn't exactly the most esteemed. Young Mississippi, just when Sil wanted to speak with Ri a bit more, a strict voice sounded from her back. To her back, there was an inconspicuous man with sparse hair. He was well dressed and groomed, while his hands were perpetually clasped behind his back. However, the way his hair fluttered about like the wings of a bird made it difficult for Sil to take him very seriously. That said, this was only because she knew that this old man would never harm her. For others, if they saw this old man, they would head in the opposite direction 99% of the time. The remaining percentage point was an unknown variable. After all, the dead couldn't testify. Already? Sil pouted. Yes, This is very important, young Mississippi. The city lord isn't willing to compromise on this. Sil sighed and shook her head. She knew that talking wouldn't do her any good. Fine, fine. Let's go. I'll see you later, Ree. Okay. Ree waved her friend goodbye. At that moment, Lionel sat in a blank room. This was the best way he could describe it. The walls were a dull gray. The singular chair he sat on was a dull gray. The singular table before him was a dull gray. It was even difficult to see the outline of the door to this place. It was as though Lionel had been tossed into a cube with no exit. After a few minutes turned to almost an hour, Lionel felt a keen sense of déjà vu. He had a flashback to the time Pope Margrave wasted his time. But, this time, he didn't have the option to leave at all. Lionel yawned. Since they wanted to make him wait, that was fine. Lionel took out a pillow and a blanket, climbed onto the table, and fell into a deep sleep. Soon, the sound of light snoring filled the small room. Chapter 338. Lionel fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. Of course, he was using the meditation rest technique his father had taught him. But, to the outside world, he was out cold without any understanding of what was happening around him. When Lionel entered this place, he realized many things. For one, these people didn't take him very seriously. They didn't restrain him, nor did they take his things away. It was very likely they believed he was weak. Lionel didn't mind allowing this illusion to continue. But, at the same time, he knew that it very well may not be an illusion at all. Lionel had never seen a fourth-dimensional entity battle. However, according to the information he had, no matter how powerful one was within a lower dimension, it was impossible to challenge a higher one with very few exceptions. Lionel didn't know how true this was or if the crystallization of his force could help bridge this gap, but he didn't feel like finding out by putting his life on the line. All Lionel knew was that if he didn't rest his mind, he would be at an even greater disadvantage. So, that was exactly what he did. Without a care for anything going on around him, he entered a deep dreamland. By some stroke of coincidence, or maybe due to the fact Lionel was right about them not taking him seriously, no one was monitoring Lionel. They likely believed that they could sweat Lionel out just like any other prisoner. If they let him sit alone for a long while, he'd probably spill out everything he knew when he finally saw another person. Unfortunately, due to their lack of bothering to monitor him, none of them realized that the young man they thought they were pressuring was taking a nice nap. Across the universe it could be said that there were countless centers of power. But, more often than not, these powers would have the shadow of stronger entities to their backs, and those stronger entities would have even stronger backers. This was simply the way of the world. On Earth, which county didn't have a city backing it? Which city wasn't backed by a state or province? Which state or province didn't have a country behind it? This was simply how things functioned. In this new world order where having and not having resources was the difference between life and death, powers who could stand to support others had their hands in as many pots as possible. When things are put into this perspective, it truly isn't a surprise that Earth was targeted in such a way. Even under the protection and overwatch of so many powerful existences, there were some with enough backing that still dared to make a move. In such a complicated environment, it was too difficult to hold such powers accountable for their actions. So, they acted with impunity. And, if they failed, so what? Who would call them out for it? Of course, there were some that tried to call out the wrongs of these powers. But, how long did these foolish individuals survive for? Once again, it seemed as though someone didn't know their place. Ailiard has died. The room wasn't dark and sinister as one might expect. In fact, it was well lit and lavishly furnished. And, as though to prove that these entities truly had nothing to hide or didn't deem it necessary to hide anything, this meeting took place within the private room of a bustling high-class restaurant. Oh. That's unfortunate. I assume everything was handled appropriately? Silence fell over the room. This lack of response seemed to catch everyone's attention. Their careless demeanors paused for a moment in place of several sneers. So it seems someone else doesn't know their place? Just deal with them as usual. Everyone around the table seemed to agree with this. It seemed that there was no need for further discussion. Leave it to the head of that quadrant. Agreed. The conversation started and ended just as quickly. To these men and women, what was a small fry from a pseudo-fourth-dimensional world even worth? The fact they wasted a few seconds of their day on such an ant was already too much respect in their eyes. The decision of these entities quickly moved down the ranks, jumping through several chains of command before finally making it the years it needed to make it to. The man was tall and lanky, carrying a pale complexion that made it seem as though he was either a foot into the grave or one step out of it. Commander Saga. An attendant respectfully knelt before the man, yet he didn't even turn back. He stood looking out a wide, curved window. Stars and asteroids shot across his vision as planets and moons shone beautifully in the distance. It was the kind of scene only a handful of people from Earth had seen personally. Yet, in this new world order, anyone with a little bit power could lay eyes on such a scene. Despite the lack of an answer, the attendant didn't dare to make another sound, continuing to kneel in silence. Eventually, he spoke. Leave the information here. You can go. The voice sounded just as dead as the man's sunken expression. Who knew if it was because it had been too long since his last meal or if this man was really dead, but his skin was pressed so flush against his cheeks that it seemed the bone might tear through it at any moment. Saga picked up the files as the door to his office was closed. When he finished reading them, a flicker of disdain couldn't help but flash within his eyes. Lionel Morales? They wanted him to personally take care of a brat? Was this supposed to be a joke? Saga shook his head and pressed a button. Find out for me where this Lionel Morales is. It's too painful to descend to the pseudo-fourth dimension. I expect no mistakes or else I'll have your head. Yes, sir. A voice came from the other side. Saga walked back to enjoying his view, the clanking of his armor being audible with his every step. If Lionel had been there, he would have noticed an eerily familiar uniform. Robes that split into 4 pieces at the waist. Legs covered in sheet armor beneath them. A pin that looked like the cross between a star and cross on the lapel. Chapter 339. The sudden opening of a door shook Lionel out of his sleeping state. He yawned and stretched, sitting up from the table. He had to say that sleeping on a table wouldn't have been the most comfortable experience for him in the past. But, after practicing to the standard stage, it might as well have been a soft bed to the current him. Lionel wiped the tears and sleep from his eyes, finally locking eyes with those that walked into the room. There were 2 individuals, 1 man and 1 woman. They both wore the same split robes and metallic leg sleeves. These uniforms are quite cool. Lionel thought playfully to himself. I wonder how I can join. Of course, Lionel was just having a joke at the expense of himself. With his luck in joining organizations, he'd probably be being hunted to his death within another few days. Still, that didn't change the fact he felt these outfits were quite stylish. Sometimes even Lionel himself forgot he was a teenage boy. Coach had always said, look good, play good. The better one felt, the better they could perform. It seemed that this organization, whatever it was, seemed to take this quite seriously as well. While Lionel was observing the pair, the 2 of them were looking toward him with incredulous expressions. Wasn't this young man supposed to be sweating their appearance? Why the hell is it that he was sleeping? The young woman wrinkled her nose. It seemed that a negative effect of locking Lionel in here for so long was that his smell had been highly concentrated into this area. Lionel slid off the table and put his blanket and pillow away. Flakes of dried blood fell from his body and coated the table, but he didn't bother to clean it. He felt the cleanliness of the room had nothing to do with him, quite frankly. Though he had been cleansed twice by his 2-star constitution and could even stay fresh for longer than normal humans, given enough time, he would still end up in such a state. He was still very much mortal. Lionel sat down on the chair as though nothing had happened and smiled lightly. Might I ask what I've been brought in for now? Compared to the first time they saw him, Lionel's gaze was much sharper and focused. It seemed that he had really needed that nap. It seemed it might have been an issue to leave him here alone for so long. Hearing Lionel's question, the pair soon regained their level of professionalism, sitting across from Lionel as though they couldn't see the flakes of blood and dirt on the table or smell the horrid stench in the air. Lionel took out the dictionary and placed it on the table to help him translate. It's our job to monitor suspicious activity. The man replied with a deadpan expression. In addition, you match the description of several fugitives we've been looking for. Lionel smiled bitterly. It seemed that it really was his style of dress that got him thrust into this situation. Had he taken his time to clean up, maybe he wouldn't even be here. I apologize for giving that sort of impression. The reason I look like this is because I recently cleared a subdimensional zone on my home world and used one of my rewards in exchange for a ticket to terrain. In my excitement, I came here right after I left without thinking things through. I've never left my home world before. Lionel explained his side of the story politely. Of course, much of it was a lie, and in some ways, he really could be considered a fugitive. At the very least, he had run away from his home planet for reasons. But they didn't need to know that. Plus, Lionel said with a bitter expression, I'm just a third-dimensional existence from a new world. How could I be one of the fugitives you're looking for? Though the pair before him didn't react much to his words, Lionel's senses were exceptionally keen. He could see that they had already believed as much before even stepping into this room. Lionel wasn't sure why they brought him in. It might have been to do their due diligence or for another reason he was unaware of. But he could tell that they didn't truly plan on punishing him. Sometimes people with power just enjoyed wasting the time of those beneath them. Lionel felt that this might just be one of those cases. Still, since he was weak and had no backing, this was simply one of those things he had to accept with a smile on his face even though he was furious inside. As expected, the pair didn't respond directly to Lionel's question. The female flipped her palm and took out a folder of documents. You will be monitored by our people for the next 3 years. As long as you do nothing to violate the laws, you will be relieved of this mark on your record. Lionel's smile suddenly faded into a deep frown. They wanted the right to monitor him for 3 years despite the fact he hadn't done anything wrong? What kind of nonsense was this? Was this supposed to be some sort of joke? You want to monitor me for 3 years despite the fact I haven't done anything wrong? Lionel asked coldly. The man sneered. If you haven't done anything wrong, what's the issue with being monitored? Lionel nearly snapped at this sort of reasoning. If it wasn't for his better judgment, he might have just pulled out his spear right then and there. Maybe in the past, Lionel wouldn't care as much about this. After all, he truly had done nothing wrong, and thanks to his experience with the Empire, he was already used to his every action being monitored. However, it was precisely because of the Empire that he was becoming more and more sensitive to such things. And it only made things worse that he was being treated like this just due to ridiculous, unwarranted suspicion. Lionel's jaw clenched, his gaze turning a frosty shade of green. Without a word, he signed the documents before him. As though a contract had bound him, the documents glowed. Before Lionel could react, a light shot from within the documents and onto his forehead. A moment later, a thin black brand spread between his brows as though marking him. Lionel's fury was stoked several more levels. He had already read through the documents and knew that this would happen, but when he actually felt it, he couldn't help but feel the urge to do something he would regret. Seeing Lionel try to maintain control over his emotions, the woman remained expressionless while the man sneered. So what if he was angry? He was branded like a slave and couldn't even do a thing about it. Chapter 340. Lionel closed his eyes, the tumultuous flow of his blood slowing down to a crawl. Rage wouldn't get him anything, anger wouldn't get him anything. After a long while, Lionel slowly stood and walked toward the door. He didn't say anything toward the female-male pair. Nothing he said would have changed anything to begin with. Seeing Lionel's reaction, the young woman remained expressionless while the male's sneer deepened. Wasn't this sort of reaction obvious? Even if Lionel felt wronged, so what? He may have been worth something on his own world, but in this place, he was nothing but an ant that could be squashed at the whims of others. Lionel stepped out from the room and left. Even without stepping foot outside the building, he could feel the glances he received as though each was boring into his very being. The mark that hovered above his forehead was too distinctive. Anyone could see it at a single glance. Lionel didn't even bother to try and cover it up. He knew that there would be no point. If a simple headband could circumvent such a thing, whatever organization this was truly wouldn't be worth very much to begin with. Eventually, Lionel pushed open the doors and stood at the top of a tall and wide set of stairs. For this organization to hold such a large property in such a bustling city, their standing was clear. Every square inch in a place like this likely cost an astronomical amount. As someone from Earth who was familiar with overpopulation problems, Lionel knew this more than others. Lionel looked up to the top of the building, seeing the very same star and cross symbol. To this point, he still didn't know what the title of this organization was, nor had anyone ever mentioned it to him. It seemed to be one of those things that everyone knew of, but also didn't dare to speak of easily. Considering his style of dress, where he stood, and what hung above his forehead, Lionel stood out like a sore thumb. There was no limit of individuals who observed him from afar, whispering to one another. However, Lionel continued to stand there as though burning the image of that star and cross into his mind. Then, he turned and walked away. "Impossible, we don't accept your kind here. Please leave. All of our rooms are booked, sir. Please accept our greatest Apollo, ah. Yes, right away. The room has already been cleaned and prepped. This way please. Scram. I don't care if you're willing to pay double." Lionel expressionlessly strolled out of his final attempt. He felt nothing but numbness by this point. After a while, he looked up toward the setting sun. It seemed as though the whole day had already gone by. In truth, he hadn't spent the whole day searching for accommodations. Most of the time had been wasted away in that organization's building. It was only the past half an hour that he had spent moving from location to location, hoping to find a place of residence. Though Lionel had the segmented cube, he knew that he couldn't so easily or casually use it. This was no longer Earth, there were plenty of people he had to fear here. As of now, he had only used the dictionary as a translator, so no one grew greedy about it. Who would care about such a primitive translation treasure? However, the segmented cube was a spatial treasure capable of housing life. If others came to know of it, Lionel would be hunted to the ends of terrain. Lionel saw a food stall in the distance and suddenly realized it had been a long time since he ate anything that he didn't roast himself. Though he had a practically infinite supply of meat thanks to the snow globes, it got bland eating nothing but unseasoned meat all the time. However, before Lionel could even approach, the middle-aged woman who ran the stand gave him a stare as though daring him to come and suffer the consequences. Lionel shook his head and sighed. There was no purpose in staying in this city anymore. Lionel felt several eyes on him as he walked toward the outside of the city. How am I supposed to find Aina like this? No one would give Lionel the time of day. Not only could he not find a place to stay, he couldn't find a place to eat. As he was now, it would be impossible to gather any information. How could he if no one would talk to him? They say that this mark is only supposed to be a sign of suspicion and not criminality, but who would want a suspicious person around them? It was practically guaranteed to stay this way. The city gates will be closing in half an hour and will not open again until dawn tomorrow. Though the guard could see the mark on Lionel's forehead, he still casually said these words. After all, it was his job to say at least this much. That said, he didn't even look directly at Lionel as he spoke. Lionel just shook his head and bitterly laughed. Stay in the city? For what? To sleep on the streets? What was the point of that? At least if he left the city he could take another rest in comfort so long as he found a deserted region. Also, clothing stores refused entry, so unless he repaired his chain necklace, he would have to make his own clothing. Either way, he would only be able to do this with his segmented cube, and he would only be safe to use his segmented cube if he left this place. Thanks. Lionel said noncommittedly. The guard and his colleagues shook their heads and soon began to converse amongst themselves, not minding Lionel anymore. It was just when Lionel was almost out of earshot that he heard something that caught his interest by relying on the dictionary. Chapter 341. Another fugitive, Tisk. Technically no, that was just a mark of suspicion. They're only monitoring him. Poor guy probably just got caught up in something that was over his head. Whatever it is, he's pretty stupid to leave the city. He's just asking to die. He hasn't even stepped out of the third dimension yet, but he wanted to survive outside of the city walls. Who do you think he'll fall to, an invalid or a beast? Let's play some bets. The guards spoke as they pleased. To them, it was impossible for Lionel to hear them from so far away. And, even if they knew he could hear them, it was highly unlikely that they'd even care enough to stop. Well, what's his alternative? He probably couldn't find a place to stay, and he was probably stupid enough to come here with a one-way ticket. You think someone like him could even afford a ticket back to his own world? Lionel smiled bitterly. That was true, he had no way back to Earth for now. Though, that wasn't because he couldn't afford it. Unlike Earth, Terrain had teleportation pads. This meant that Lionel didn't need to enter a zone to earn a Tier 9 black reward to go back. He just had to pay the appropriate fee. There were only two issues with this. First, he needed Earth's coordinates. This was simple enough, he could just ask the dictionary about it. The second issue is much harder to deal with, he had to actually be allowed to leave. Even though no one had ever said anything about his travel being restricted, the teleportation pads were still owned by the cities. Just like he could be rejected from entering their hotels, he would be stopped from using their other services as well. As for why people who apparently couldn't stand his guts would stop him from leaving, that had an explanation as well. No one wanted to be complicit in the escape of a suspicious entity. There was no way they'd help him. The guards laughed amongst one another. Still, who do you think those fugitives they're looking for are? The guards fell into silence. All of them looked toward the rookie that asked such a stupid question as though they couldn't wait to skin him alive. The rookie, seemingly realizing he said something wrong, lowered his head. He didn't even mumble an apology, hoping that no one acknowledged what he had just asked. They all knew that Terrain was currently in a state of turmoil, a crossroads of sorts. Some wanted to ensure their world reached the fifth dimension while others felt that doing such a thing was useless. As though the internal conflict wasn't bad enough, there were people pulling strings from the background, and it could be said that those who were pulling these strings were quite invested in ensuring that Terrain abandoned its chances of becoming a fifth-dimensional world. Lionel found the sudden silence of the guards to be quite interesting. It seemed as though this was another open secret everyone was aware of but didn't dare to speak of. Anyway. The rookie tried to change the subject. I heard that another power suffered a loss at the hands of the sword monstress. The guards looked at the rookie weirdly. What kind of name is that supposed to be? How am I supposed to know? I'm not the one that came up with the name. I hear she's a woman and a monster, so they call her the monstress. They say she's built and looks like a gorilla and wields a 3-meter-long sword, thus sword monstress. The guards looked at one another, all simultaneously sent a kick toward the rookie. What a lame story. Lionel shook his head and left. They weren't talking about anything he was interested in any longer. A long while later, the road Lionel traveled along began to grow less and less well-kept. It slowly became narrower and less paved. Soon, weeds and grasses began to spring up all along it. By now, Lionel had left the range of the city. Anyone who was hoping to reach the city gates within the next half hour before closing had long since passed him by. It was safe to say that he was fairly alone at this point. Soon, the flat land began to turn into a forest that quickly grew in density. After reaching this point, Lionel entered a state of high alert. On his way here, he had crossed two groups heading toward the city. But both of them had had individuals he felt could squash him like a bug. If it wasn't for his rags and his weakness, there was no telling if he would have been robbed and killed or not. This told him two things. First, this meant the fourth dimension was a completely different animal. Lionel didn't know why he didn't feel the pressure of this world, but he knew that he couldn't underestimate it just because of this. Second, Lionel realized that having such powerful people in your midst was practically a necessity if he wanted to travel through this world. Of course, Lionel had one advantage, his internal sight. He could trust it in most cases and dodge danger before he even reached it. After crystallizing his spirit pressure, he could see up to half a kilometer away even in this fourth-dimensional world. Back on Earth, his range was easily over a kilometer. Lionel could only hope that a half-kilometer and his instincts were enough to keep him safe. After he traveled a decent enough depth, Lionel began to sink into the ground. It takes more force now. Lionel frowned, but he could only keep pouring his force out. He had already been aware that multiple things would be more difficult after coming to a fourth-dimensional world. He could only accept it. Soon, Lionel's head had disappeared from the surface, completely vanishing. He had one main goal in mind. He had to finish his force crystallization and complete his 10th node. Only then would he have some more assurance in staying in this backwards world. Chapter 342. Lionel sunk deep into the ground and summoned the segmented cube. Truth be told, he didn't feel 100% safe in this region. There was no telling what kind of powerful beasts could burrow through the ground. In addition, as things stood now, he was still being tracked. There was also no telling what those people would do with that information. Lionel shook his head and entered the abode setting. He had no idea how he could possibly get so unlucky to land himself in this situation. But here he was, he could only make the most of it. Could it be that something like this happened to Aina too? Lionel's heart suddenly clenched. He remembered that when he sent Aina here, they had quite literally just survived a bombing. It could even be argued that her state was worse than his current own. On top of that, she was severely injured and a beautiful woman alone in this world. There was no telling what could happen. Lionel thought back to that bad feeling he had had and clenched his teeth. A murderous aura seemed to still the air around him. Lionel hardly noticed it, nor did he realize when he could suddenly exude such bloodthirst. But all he knew was that if they dared to touch one hair on her head, he wouldn't care about what consequences going against them could bring. Lionel stripped himself of his clothes and began to slowly wash himself. It was hard to tell if he was being deliberate or not, but his movements were paced and methodical as though each and every one of his actions had the utmost importance. After a long while, he was cleaned and refreshed. Then, he entered his room and sank into his bed, falling asleep once again. Lionel awoke feeling better than he ever had. His body felt like a powerful spring, ready to launch itself into the skies. His injuries were completely healed, even ones hidden well within the depths of his being. And his mind was clear, even clearer than it had been after his first nap. With that, he entered the lab setting and set his sights on the many blueprints his father had left behind. Truthfully, these blueprints didn't have some powerful, nation-rending treasures depicted on them. Rather, they were mostly written as guiders to Lionel's training. As such, most of them were actually related to aspects of forming divine armor, as it was an outrageously complicated process. The general rule of force crafters was that treasures with more parts tended to be more complicated. So, one could imagine how difficult forming one's divine armor was. Even the simplest designs would have upwards of 40 to 50 parts, something that was far beyond the current Lionel. That said, Lionel wasn't looking toward these blueprints to start on his divine armor. As things stood now, that wasn't a valuable use of his time. Lionel scanned through and picked out a blueprint before unfurling it on his crafter's table. The design that revealed itself was a simple set of clothes that could provide decent defenses. At the very least, they wouldn't break so easily in battle and would also help Lionel stand out less. After all, the sweatpants of Earth looked quite odd in this new world. One of the most important parts about forming divine armor was understanding the human body and how it moved in relation to its parts. Tailoring clothing was one of the first steps that his father had laid out for him. Lionel memorized the blueprint and imprinted it into his mind using Dream Sculpt. Then, he began to choose materials. Lionel's snow globes were filled with third-dimensional beasts thanks to his time on the Project Hunt Island. Picking out beasts with sturdy hides was just a matter of reaching out a finger and pointing. Like this, an odd scene of a naked boy tailoring his first set of clothing could be seen. FUU. Lionel patted down his robes, causing them to slam down against his body in a whipping motion. They had a heavy, leathery texture to them and were a deep black. They followed a similar design to the clothing of that Star and Cross organization and split at his waist. But, since Lionel didn't want to get into any unnecessary trouble, he only split it down once from just below his belly button. That way, the robes wouldn't obstruct his movements despite their heft. Compared to the robes, Lionel's pants were much looser and freer. They were made of an exceptionally light material and fluttered with the slightest movement. If one looked closely, it was clear that it wasn't the material that was light as much as the force arts Lionel wove into it made it so. Good enough. Lionel nodded to himself, slicking his hair back. His long hair was really getting to be a problem, but cutting it was even more difficult. In fact, as he progressed through strengthening his body, it only got tougher and tougher. Lionel no longer had the means to cut his hair even if he wanted to, as it seemed to be even more powerful than his body. Toward this issue, he could only shake his head and let his bronzed hair sway toward the small of his back. He could only hope he didn't become a male Rapunzel in the future. Lionel took off his robes, leaving him shirtless. Now that he had some real work to do, there was no need to leave such heavy protection on. Little Tolly shot up excitedly, bouncing across the table like a little silver basketball. Lionel smiled. Ever since Blackstar went into a deep sleep, this little one had been feeling lonely. Even though the two were always at each other's throats, Lionel could tell that they were a bit fond of one another. The main reason Lionel left his zone later than Monet and Violet Rain was because he had used his remaining time with Uncle Montez to infuse the mimicry blood into little Blackstar. That way, he could assure that absolutely nothing went wrong. So, right now, little Blackstar was assimilating with the blood. But, by the time Lionel finished, the little guy should be up and raring to go. Lionel took a deep breath and began to meditate. He was very close to reaching perfection in his crystallization. Once he did, it would be time. Chapter 343. The days slowly ticked by, but Lionel hardly noticed them. His body was as light as a feather, following along a natural progression that didn't even seem difficult to him. Then, one day, bang! Shoo! A hot steam shot all around Lionel's body. Well, at first look it was just steam. But, upon second inspection, one would be shocked to find that it was actually force. Tangible force. This wasn't the kind of force only those with internal sight could see. Even mortals who hadn't come into contact with force a day in their lives would very clearly be able to see it. This sort of shocking crystallization was the likes of which even King Arthur hadn't reached. Lionel took a deep breath. All the dense fog around him seemed to surge into his body, entering through his pores and boring into his soul, leaving him feeling incomparably refreshed. I did it. This should also be the strong stage. Lionel realized that when his body suddenly sucked in all his force like that, his body broke through another shackle and reached the strong stage. It had to be remembered that refining one's metal body in the third dimension was split into 5 phases. The weak, standard, strong, superior, and perfection stage. This could be considered the foundation one laid to enter the 4th dimension. This was another reason Lionel wasn't worried about not having the rest of Dimensional Cleanse just yet. Even if he couldn't progress to the 4th dimension with his force, he could still do so with his soul force. He could still comprehend the 4 seasons realm, and he could also bring his metal body into the 4th dimension as well. Regardless of which of these 3 paths it was, each of them would give him the strength of a 4th dimensional entity. So, what did it matter? As things stood now, if Lionel wanted, he could bring his metal body to the fourth dimension this very instant. But, as a person who opened all 9 doors, how could he waste his potential like that? He had to reach superior stage at worst before progressing. Lionel flexed his forearms. My body is already nearing the strength of a pseudo-fourth-dimensional organ. It wouldn't be easy even for fourth-dimensional entities to harm me. Lionel took a deep breath. This gave him even more assurance to form his 10th node. He knew that no matter how much he planned it all out, the process would still be impossibly painful. After all, he was trying to break through restrictions set by the universe itself. Even if this could be considered to be a minor restriction in the grand scheme, to the current Lionel, it was an insurmountable mountain. Lionel took a deep breath to adjust himself. Then, he took another long bath and deep sleep before finally returning, his body brimming with vitality. No matter how you looked at him, Lionel seemed to be a pointed spear. All the hatred, humiliation, and grievance he had suffered those few days ago seemed to become his whetstone, sharpening his edge to unimaginable degrees. Let's begin. Lionel spoke to no one in particular. His breath shot out like an arrow, trembling the space before his lips. He sat cross-legged, a vial of thick, milky liquid in his hands. This was none other than the dew he had collected in the several months he had the stalactite for. Just a single drop was more than enough to form a node, but Lionel actually had almost a dozen. In that moment, Lionel began to circulate, dimensional cleanse, in full force. The speed of his rotation his stars experienced accelerated and his body suddenly felt bloated. Lionel split his mind in 2 directions, both focusing in on his kidneys. Lionel had calculated everything out. If he tried to form his nodes one at a time, he would get stone-walled when he tried to form his 10th. The only chance he stood was to form them both at the very same time. For the current Lionel, splitting his mind in 2 directions was as easy as breathing. After crystallizing his spirit pressure to perfection, he could already split it over 8 ways. So, how could 2 possibly be an issue? Lionel guides his force, stimulating his life energies, rearranging the cells of kidneys. The kidney was an extraordinarily important part of the body. It was responsible for cleaning away many of the impurities of the blood. However, for anyone who had ever suffered a kidney stone before, they would know that even the smallest particle could cause everything to go wrong. For Lionel to rearrange his cells, though it wasn't as dangerous as when he had done so with his brain, the immediate pain was definitely far more potent. However, from the outside, one would never guess that Lionel was in pain. In just an hour, Lionel had already rearranged 100 cells worth of space, creating a nice pocket for his 2 nodes. To this point, despite the pain, everything had gone perfectly. All he had to do now was form his node within the pockets he had created and connect them with his others. By then, his foundation within the 3rd dimension would become perfect. Lionel's chest expanded, his thick force building. In one swift motion, he unhesitatingly swung his head back and gulped down the whole vial of dew. Bang! Lionel's body suddenly expanded by a size. However, it wasn't proportional in the slightest. He looked as though he had suddenly gained 100 pounds and that his body would burst at any moment. However, under the strength of his metal body, he kept himself together as his face contorted. Blood leaked from his lips, but he willed himself to focus. In that instant, all the force in his body rushed to 2 locations, carving out a node pathway with impunity. Lionel's brow trembled, but he bit down on his teeth hard. He compressed his bloated body, squeezing his muscles and flexing with all his might. Cracks began to spread not only across himself, but even the floors of the lab setting. It seemed that he might implode at any given moment. But it was exactly then that he felt the node pathways complete. One to his left kidney and the other to his right. Just when Lionel was about to feel ecstatic, he suddenly felt as though someone had stabbed through the right side of his body and twisted the knife. In that moment, a scar Lionel had hardly thought about his whole life suddenly lit on fire. From a faint mark near his liver, it suddenly exploded, radiating out with a blinding light. Ack! Lionel couldn't control his roar. The pain was so excruciating that his eyes rolled back until only their whites remained. His body convulsed uncontrollably. There was no need to even mention his breakthrough attempt. He had completely lost control of his force, his body bursting apart at its seams. He flopped to the ground, his body spasming as blood leaked from his orifices. The scar continued to burn brighter and brighter, stretching up the side of his body as though to swallow him whole. Lionel could have never thought that the reason he felt 9 nodes weren't enough was precisely because of this scar his father mentioned in the note he left to him all that time ago. Chapter 344. Lionel felt as though a blade was twisting through his organs. He had never experienced pain on this level in his entire life. It was to the point that no amount of will could keep his mind clear. Whatever semblance of control he had had over the process of his body had completely collapsed, resulting in a rampaging force surging throughout his body. Anyone else in this sort of situation would have long since died. In fact, the moment they swallowed that amount of dew, they would have exploded on the spot. That said, Lionel's current situation had little to nothing to do with the amount of force he had swallowed. In fact, it had nothing to do with him trying to form a 10th node either. It was entirely related to the twisting pain at his hip. To this point, Lionel still had no idea why his father ever mentioned the scar above his hip. Lionel had never been aware of where it came from. Considering he played football, he had never thought much about it to begin with. Injuries always seemed to pop up randomly for anyone who played the sport. He had even broken his ribs during the last game he played. Why would he think so much about a barely visible scar? However, Lionel could have never imagined that such a small matter would blow up to this level. Lionel's mind was completely blank. His eyes had rolled back, making his vision completely black. It felt as though the only thing he could feel was pain, the only thing he could hear were his screams, the only thing he could smell was the metallic stench of his own blood. Then, it all began to turn faint. As though his life was being pulled along by a string completely out of his control, he stalked closer toward death. And, maybe the worst part was that Lionel wasn't even aware. Maybe it was because his will wasn't tempered enough, maybe it was because this pain was truly beyond the limits of his body, but there was nothing he could do to change his own fate. As Lionel was straddling the line of life and death, Saga had finally gotten the report he had been waiting several days for. After reading it, he furrowed his brow. With the level of their organization, digging up information on a mere third-dimensional existence was too easy. However, Lionel's information was too weird. For one, his grandfather was the emperor of his world. Having a world unified beneath one force was incredibly rare to begin with. It was an extraordinary feat and it was impossible for any simple existence to accomplish this, especially when it was a world with so much talent like Earth. This alone wasn't enough to cause Saga to frown. Who cared about the emperor of a pseudo-fourth-dimensional world? He might find it troublesome if Earth was a pseudo-fifth-dimensional world, but they were very clearly far from this. What made him raise an eyebrow wasn't the information, but rather, the lack of it. Firstly, there wasn't a single hint of information about Lionel's maternal grandmother and Emperor Fox's wife. It was to the point they hadn't even managed to find her name. No birth records, no name, no death certificate, nothing. As though that wasn't enough, his mother had vanished off the face of the planet. She hadn't been heard of in decades. In fact, the time she had disappeared for far outstripped Lionel's own age, which was more than enough to raise some eyebrows. Then, there was Lionel's father. Rather than vanishing, the issue with him was that he appeared out of nowhere. There were records that were very clearly forged of his birth and early life, but it was all too simple for Scythe's organization to find out how fake these things were. On top of that, he suddenly vanished after the metamorphosis began. There wasn't a single record of him, nothing. Even this aside, there was Lionel himself. To summarize the boy as a troublemaker was an understatement. The near destruction of a fort, the murder of several hidden family members, the falling out with the rebels of Earth, of course, none of these things were enough to move Saga. What did he care what a team did against such weak organizations? The real issue was how all of this fit together. There were a lot of organizations eyeing Earth right now. In fact, even without the mission he was given, Saga already had Earth on his radar. This was simply one of those things the public was in the dark about, while those with some real weight to them were already taking advantage of. What Saga wanted to know was whether or not Lionel and his mysterious family was part of those eyeing Earth as a pie they wanted a slice of. If this was the case, then Saga might very well become a scapegoat in a power struggle simply by virtue of the fact he was unlucky enough to be saddled with this mission. Thinking to this point, Saga's sunken eyes narrows, his already pale features growing a shade whiter. When he entered such deep thought, his blood seemed to slow by a measure, making him appear to be even more ghost-like. No matter what actions I take now, they have to be done with the utmost secrecy. Saga knew that he didn't have the option to reject this mission. This was simply the plight of the weak. However, he also knew that his organization wouldn't throw him out to dry either. If they set such a precedent, it wouldn't be long before no one was willing to work for them. This ultimately meant that he needed to set a seed of appropriate amounts of doubt. As long as there wasn't conclusive evidence that he was the one who acted, he should be able to keep a certain level of protection for himself. Where is he now? Saga finally turned the attendant who still knelt on the ground. From our information, he has long since left Earth using a teleportation ticket. But, since these tickets can only teleport someone within a quadrant, there were only about 200 worlds he could have gone to. After looking through the teleportation records of them all, there are 5 worlds that fit the timing and only one registered to Lionel Morales. He should be on terrain, coordinate XX. XX at the moment. Saga nodded. Prepare everything. I want to leave within the hour. Yes. Chapter 345. Saga landed on the teleportation platform. Instead of looking around toward his surroundings, he frowned for a moment and closed his eyes, slowly regaining his bearing. Despite the fact this was a private teleportation pad in the most secretive location the organization had to offer, there were already 2 individuals ready to receive Saga. Neither said a word as Saga regained his bearings, and neither did Saga acknowledge them. Had Lionel been there, he would have immediately recognized these 2 as the very same male and female pair that had branded him with the mark that now hovered over his forehead. When Saga finally opened his eyes, the 2 of them stepped forward. Officer Finn greets Commander. Officer Thorn greets Commander. Saga looked toward the 2 of them indifferently. The title of officer was just another way of saying unranked in their organization, while these officers all referred to those above them as Commander. It was similar to how some cultures called even those unrelated to them uncle or big brother, but in this case, rather than being a polite address, it was a way of drawing a line between true members of the organization and those who weren't worthy. I received information that a certain Lionel Morales came through this city. You have 10 minutes to get me information about his whereabouts and other pertinent information. You may leave. Finn and Thorn froze, looking toward each other with their heads still bowed. Saga frowned. What? He could clearly see that there was something wrong. The male officer, Finn, looked up carefully and explained everything from start to finish. The most recent information we have of him is that he has left the city. If Commander wants, we can use the monitoring brand to retrieve him. The truth was that these 2 officers hadn't put much stock in Lionel. Though they branded him, that was a matter of convenience rather than necessity. They knew well that the matter was an inconvenience to Lionel and also knew that it was unnecessary to go so far, but so what? Who cared how Lionel felt about it? Never could they have expected that someone like Saga would personally descend for someone they put no importance on. When Saga heard the story, his frown couldn't help but deepen. Now, this matter he had been hoping to keep under wraps was likely the talk of much of the city. This alone might have been fine, but the real problem was that now Lionel's conflict with their organization was public. There was no getting rid of this stain. Even if there was no direct evidence, if Lionel's mysterious backing was strong enough, they might not give a damn and kill those responsible anyway. This was the kind of power true strength could give someone. Scythe's frown deepened, causing Thorn and Finn to break out into a cold sweat. Even the usually expressionless Thorn couldn't help but tremble. After a while, Scythe's frown smoothed out. Since others could use him as a scapegoat, why couldn't he do the same? Who said he had to get directly involved? It was already a problem that he had come here personally. But there was good news as well. For one, he had come through a private port. Secondly, because he was trying to be secretive to begin with, these two were the only ones who knew about his arrival. And, coincidentally, these two were the only ones with direct contact and interaction with Lionel as well. This made things as perfect and watertight as they could be. Good. Scythe suddenly spoke. Make sure to monitor him closely, very closely. Should he show any signs of stepping out of line, don't hesitate to punish him according to the law. I will be doing an inspection on this branch for the next while. Do as you usually do. With that, Scythe walked by the two officers and disappeared down the corridor, leaving the two of them stunned. They weren't sure how they were supposed to take this information. Was there a hidden meaning? Were they supposed to take it at face value? What do we do? Finn's confident sneer was nowhere to be seen. He looked more like a wounded pup who had been abandoned by his owner. Thorn remained silent for a long while. Clearly, she too was confused. In the end, she spoke hesitantly. This may be a test. The first thing Commander asked about when he came to was about this Lionel character. It's clear that his goal in coming here was related to this young man. But he became apprehensive after hearing we already had dealings with him. On top of that, Commander came through the private pad only used in special circumstances. It's obvious that Commander wants to use us as scapegoats. It's clear that this Lionel's background isn't as simple as we once thought. Finn shivered at these words. It seemed that he too had already thought of this, it was just that he didn't want to believe it. But this is still an opportunity. Thorn said slowly. If we can kill this Lionel secretly, or manage to kill him in an above-board manner without bending or violating any rules, I think there's a chance we can turn this disaster into a chance to rise up the ranks. Finn clenched his jaw. It's already impossible to kill him secretly. The only chance is to use the latter option. Agreed. The only question was, how could they manipulate this Lionel into making a mistake worth his life? Deep within the corridor, Scythe, who the two thought had already left, curled his lip. It seems he was quite satisfied with the conclusion the two officers had come to. With that, he turned and truly walked away completely. This is still interesting, though. Scythe thought to himself. This branch seems to be on high alert for fugitives, but why be on alert to the point of coincidentally arresting a third-dimensional ant? It was quite the coincidence indeed. Their organization had two conflicts with Lionel, neither related to the other. It seemed that there was something interesting going on in this quadrant. Since he was here, he might as well dip a toe in and profit as well. What the two officers and Scythe had no idea about was that as they were speaking, the young man they were plotting the death of was already at death's door. Lionel lied convulsing in a pool of his own blood. By now, little Tolly was hopping around anxiously, but the little guy had no idea what to do. The scar along Lionel's side seemed to be growing more and more vicious with each passing moment. From afar, it looked as though Lionel was boiling from the inside out. The scar was like a burning hot coal, shining with a blazing red-orange light. It was at that moment that an already terrible situation seemed to get worse. The scar finally stopped growing and began to rapidly shrink. But, with this shrinkage came a violent suction energy. Not only was Lionel's own blood suddenly swallowed from around him, but the vitality within his body was being rapidly drained. Soon, Lionel went from a human that was bursting at the seams to a skeleton without an ounce of meat left on his body. His eyes sunk in, their whites flickering about wildly. He looked like he was truly at his end. Chapter 346. Lionel's skin pressed flush against his bone. Soon, it began to crackle and dry like a thin piece of paper. It even seemed like it just might crack like fine glass and perish into a pile of ash at any moment. It was only then that something changed. Badum. Badum. Lionel's chest jolted so violently that it seemed like his heart might leap from his chest. The outline of his ribs were so clear in his current state that it was even vaguely possible to see the sudden activity. His convulsing body shook once more. This time, a projectile of black blood shot out from his mouth as a familiar heat spread all through Lionel's body. If Lionel was conscious, his mind would flash back to the days he spent with his father and a disgusting green smoothie he had to force down his throat every day. Lionel had believed that he already understood the purpose of his father's concoctions. They had helped his body strengthen faster than others after the metamorphosis, despite the fact he wasn't born with an offensive or physical ability. Yet, he could have never thought that these benefits were just mere lingering after-effects. They couldn't even represent a single % of what their true strength was. At that moment, three things began to occur in Lionel's body at once. In his left kidney, a large force node of 100 cells had connected with the rest of his body and began to shimmer in full force. In his ethereal glabella, a sudden surge of soul force began to spin violently around itself, quickly forming a third star that sent pulses of pure energy outward. In his right kidney, a golden red stone began to form. No. It was more accurate to say that it had begun to reform. And it was much larger than any one of Lionel's other nodes. In fact, it didn't seem like a normal node at all. Lionel hadn't realized it before, but a portion of his kidney had been cut out. But it had been such a small portion that even when he swept his internal sight over it, he hadn't noticed a thing. It could be said that it only took up the space of a few thousand cells. However, at this moment, not only was the space that had been cut out suddenly filled with a heavy, swirling golden red energy, but it slowly matured, taking over the whole of Lionel's right kidney until it completely morphed. In a process that took several days, Lionel's right kidney turned from a normal organ of flesh and blood to a gem shimmering of gold and scarlet. It was clear that whatever had been cut out of Lionel had not only recovered, but it had also strengthened by countless times compared to the past. But what was most shocking was the fact it took the place of Lionel's 10th node, but was very clearly several times larger than his other nodes. The kidney might not have been a particularly large organ, but it was still formed of hundreds of thousands to millions of cells. Compared to the 100 cells that formed Lionel's other nodes, there wasn't even an appropriate comparison. In addition, compared to the force that usually swirled about Lionel's nodes and nodal pathways, this energy was several levels above anything Lionel had ever come into contact with before. It seemed that Lionel's father had gone a bit overboard in helping his son to recover. By normal convention, Lionel would have eventually helped his kidney mature to this state over a long period of time, but it seemed like this would no longer be necessary. At that moment, the violent changes to Lionel's body slowly came to a stop. As his 3-star constitution completed, a surge of black, putrid liquid flowed out from his pores and mouth, filling the lab setting with a terrible stench. At the same time, the golden red energy of his right kidney seemed to connect with the rest of his body, causing a purification effect that even managed to match the formation of Lionel's 3rd star in a casual manner. And, finally, Lionel's body, after going through so much, broke through another barrier and entered the superior stage. It was within his body that the most drastic changes began to occur. Whether by design or coincidence, the golden red energy of Lionel's kidney seemed to resonate with the residual red energy of his runes. Back when Lionel had almost failed and suffered bloodline deviation, he had managed to turn back in the end, but that experience still left a small influence on him. This was why instead of a pure violet, when he entered his true battle state, his eyes would also contain a tinge of red. This redness seemed to be beloved by the energy of Lionel's kidney and they became attracted to one another. Soon, the slight redness of Lionel's runes became more pronounced. At the same time, the bronze color grew in luster and tended slightly more toward gold. The changes weren't escaped by Lionel's hair, which also became more gold as it actually managed to survive the formation of his 3rd star this time around. But, maybe the greatest changes occurred in Lionel's ethereal glabella. At that moment, the faint spirit of his snowy star owl seemed to also be influenced. In fact, compared to Lionel's metal synergy lineage factor, it resonated with this scarlet gold energy on a much deeper level, even to the point of causing faint changes within the 12-sided star. As all these changes continued to take place, Lionel remained in a deep sleep. During that time, the spirit of the segmented cube seemed to not like the fact its insides had been so dirted. So, Lionel was swept up and thrust into the bathhouse of the abode setting. While the mess he left behind was cleaned, Lionel suddenly gasped awake, his hands erratically touching around his own body as though to make sure it was all still there. It was only then he sighed a breath of relief and realized he had somehow ended up in bed. Did I fail? Lionel sighed. Even if he failed, he thought himself lucky. After all, surviving in such a situation was likely borderline impossible. Hold on, Lionel frowned. If he had failed, why was he uninjured? Could it be that he had only managed to form one node? That was worse than failing altogether, because that meant he had no chance of forming his 10th now. Lionel couldn't help but feel a bit down. He sat up, crossing his legs and sinking into meditation. He might as well check the state of his body. He had always known that this was a nearly impossible endeavor, but for whatever reason, he had never even considered failure. Huh. Chapter 347. The first thing Lionel noticed was that his force was somewhat tinged with red. At first, he thought that this was a product of forming his 3rd star. But, when he checked on the situation of his kidneys, he was left speechless. It became very obvious, very quickly, that the reddish gold energy was coming from his right kidney, which shimmered like a gem within his body. What the hell? Lionel's hands suddenly shot toward his scar, his gaze flashing with an imperceptible light. The truth was that Lionel had never thought much about his scar. He had learned about it from his father's note, but that had been before he even stepped into the Mayan tomb. By the time he went through so many life and death situations and got his hands on the dictionary, something he could finally use to find out more about it, it wasn't even on his mind any longer. As a result, Lionel never got around to asking, innate force node. When Lionel's mind landed on these words, he was suddenly jolted out of his stupor. He remembered that the first time he learned about innate force nodes he had been reading Dimensional Cleanse. The creator had mentioned them and even said that created force nodes were no weaker. But, looking at his right kidney, Lionel had a hard time imagining that his self-created force nodes could match up. Whether it was in size, quality, or robustness, his right kidney far outstripped anything he had ever come across. In fact, it was an even higher quality than his light elemental force, which was an exceptionally high-level energy to begin with. Lionel frowned. Did this scar mean that someone had planted this force node into him? But why had he not noticed it until now? And what was with it being so large? Are all innate force nodes this large? Lionel reached out with his internal strength and tried to communicate with his right kidney's node. Ack! A searing pain suddenly shot through Lionel's body. Just a wisp of the force made him feel as though his body would burn to ash if he continued for even a split second more. Lionel broke out into a cold sweat, collapsing. What the hell? He couldn't even use his own innate force node? What kind of joke was this? Lionel had no idea that he had reawakened his innate force node much earlier than his father had expected. Lionel wasn't supposed to try and form a 10th node. That was simply suicidal. The fact he tried at all was enough for people to look at him as though he was a madman. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately depending on the perspective, his actions catalyzed the rebirth of his innate force node. But, it also made it far more powerful than he was prepared to deal with. Lionel gave up, taking out the dictionary. He really had no idea what was happening. What is going on? Lionel couldn't even come up with pointed questions, he could only ask this. Ever since he left the turbulence of Camelot, the dictionary had begun to work just fine once again. Ping! After a long while of listening and many more specific questions, Lionel came to understand. His innate force node hadn't been planted into him. In fact, it was the exact opposite. Someone had operated on him as a child and taken it out. When Lionel wanted to find out more about this, the dictionary practically cut him out. The only understanding he managed to grasp was that it wasn't his father's family that had done so, and even that was only done through various deductions. Still, in the end, the innate force node was Lionel's to begin with. It was written into his very being. It just needed a catalyst to rebirth itself. In the end, that catalyst came much earlier than anyone could have ever expected. Finally, Lionel learned about just what this energy was. Ping, Scarlet Star Force. Lionel, who was still in a bit of a bad mood after learning he had been operated on without his knowledge as a child, raised his eyebrows. What is that force? Ping, replying to Seed, Scarlet Star Force is a mutated light elemental force that has gained characteristics of fire elemental force and star elemental force. It's a balance of all three that creates an all-new energy that ranks among the top of all three elemental types. Oh. Where does it rank amongst the three? Ping, it ranks top 10 of star elemental forces. It ranks top 3 within light elemental forces. It ranks number 1 within fire elemental forces. Lionel was shocked. This was the first time the dictionary had given him such a definitive answer about the strength of something. The fact its answer was so decisive and clear made Lionel realize that his Scarlet Star Force was likely something beyond his imagining. After taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Lionel asked the final question he had on his mind. What abilities is Scarlet Star Force known for? Ping, destruction. Lionel plopped down on his bed, a hint of shock playing his features. It was a clean, direct, and unconfusing answer. It couldn't have been more forcefully outlined. And Lionel believed it with his very being. His Scarlet Star Force wasn't as simple as causing damage with oppressive heat or strong power. Lionel quite literally felt his cells quake whenever he observed the energy, as though they didn't even want to live anymore. This level of force, this quality of energy, it held a mystery to it that was far beyond what the current Lionel could grasp. Even after just observing it for a moment, Lionel felt as though shackles within his mind were loosening, and the feeling was just as profound as the fourth-dimensional force art within his dream world. The only exception was that this Scarlet Star Force was only trying to teach him one thing instead of a myriad of things. How to destroy. Just when Lionel wanted to experiment to see what his true limits were, he froze, his gaze shooting up to the ceiling of his room. Someone was above him. Chapter 348. What is it, Uncle Zimo? Why did we stop? The voice of a young lady came out from the midst of an escort. In fact, it wasn't just any young lady, but rather Syl, the friend of the woman who was the cause of Lionel's current predicament, but also, ironically, maybe the reason Lionel was still alive. The escort was quite long, containing at least 50 individuals. Aside from one large chariot which Syl's voice came from, the rest rode odd war horses with twin horns and an underbelly covered in thick scales. Uncle Zimo was the very same older man with sparse hair that had taken Syl away from Ree just days ago. But, at the moment, he stood in place at the head of the escort, his hands folded to his back and his gaze narrowed. The issue was that he seemed to be staring into empty space. Other than an unkempt road before him amidst a thick forest, there was nothing else. Just when everyone was beginning to think Uncle Zimo had gone crazy, the ground trembled slightly and a young man slowly appeared. For a moment, it seemed as though the whole of the world revolved around him. The young man wore heavy leather robes that exuded the wild air of a beast. His hair, shimmering of gold and bronze, swayed slightly beneath the wind, accentuating his sharp, handsome features. Though his eyes were colored a dull green, they held a hidden sharpness within them that remained calm even in the face of such a large group. It was clear that this young man was still in the third dimension. Anyone with internal sight could see the faint rejection of the world around him. Yet, somehow, the pressure he exuded was so far beyond that. Uncle Zimo's gaze narrowed. Is there a reason you called me out? Lionel questioned. Despite the numerous eyes on him, his voice was steady and calm. However, it seemed to break an illusion everyone had just been under. Whether it was by coincidence or design, the aura of the previous Lionel had made everyone ignore a few things. For one, no one had noticed the little mink around his neck until now. And, most importantly, no one had noticed the black mark that hovered before his forehead until now as well. Upon realizing this, Uncle Zemo's expression became more hostile than it already was, causing Lionel to frown. Lionel was getting really tired of people being hostile to him just because of this mark on his forehead. He had even left the city, only for this nonsense to happen anyway. The worst part was that Lionel was certain that he was no match for this man. He didn't know enough about the fourth dimension to properly measure this man's stats, but all he needed to know was that this Uncle Zemo was far stronger than his previous self. As for how his current self would stack up, Lionel had no idea. He hadn't even had a chance to measure his limits. Uncle Zemo took a step forward, causing Lionel's furrowed brows to darken. I suggest you watch yourself. I'm not in the greatest of moods, Lionel said coldly. If you insist on attacking me without reason, I'll ensure that your whole escort is swarmed by beasts and invalids. Lionel's sudden words stunned Uncle Zemo. Maybe he had never expected someone within the third dimension to speak to him like this. There weren't many even within the fourth dimension who dared to say such words. However, Lionel was clearly not in the mood to mind his feelings. First, he was branded like a slave. Then he was forced out of the city without a place to sleep. Then he almost died during his breakthrough, only to find out that someone had snatched something that was his as a child. Even though he had gotten it back now, with Lionel's personality, he was still more than just a little pissed. And now, instead of crossing over him without a word, this damned old man stopped the whole escort just to bring him out from the ground and suddenly wanted to target him for something that wasn't his fault. Lionel found that his patience for nonsense was getting shorter and shorter as time passed. The longer he spent in this new world order, the more his charismatic, easygoing self was whittled away. Uncle Zemo's shocked appearance suddenly gave way to a sneer and then laughter. It wasn't just him, many of the soldiers and warriors within the escort couldn't hold it in any longer. Yet, Lionel didn't seem to have heard their mocking chuckling. He flipped his palm over, a deep black bow appearing in his hand. Even the sun that peeked through the heavy foliage above could only be wholly absorbed by its surface. The little mink on Lionel's shoulder bared its little fangs, growling. Lionel's aura seemed to change once more, sharpening. A slightly cold wind circled around him, causing the dried leaves at his feet to swirl about. He casually knocked an arrow and faced the escort, his indifferent gaze locking onto Zemo. It was clear in an instant that he wasn't joking in the slightest. If this old man continued to piss him off, he really would do something. Uncle Zemo stopped laughing and frowned. Do you really think any beasts would be attracted by your mere third-dimensional force? Do you think I would need my fourth-dimensional force to deal with you? Do you think this is a fairy tale? Lionel's gaze remained without expression. It was as though he hadn't heard Zemo's words at all. His entire demeanor seemed to say try me. His own third-dimensional force wouldn't attract invalids here, but what if he activated his Winter 4 Seasons realm comprehension? He had already reached the pinnacle of crystallization. What if he broke into the fourth dimension with his soul force right here? And even if he ignored all of that, what about his Scarlet Star force? Was there a beast or invalid in the world that could withstand its temptation? At this point, Lionel was truly daring Zemo to act. He would gladly bury this arrogant prick right here. At the same time, Uncle Zemo was growing more and more pissed. A mere third-dimensional ant actually dared to speak to him this way. The worst part was that he really didn't dare to call Lionel out on his bluff. Even if he truly believed Lionel was spewing nothing but nonsense, he had a responsibility to protect Zemo. Even if there was only a 1% chance, he was trained to not risk it. His gaze turned hard as he stared down Lionel, but the latter met his gaze without a worry. It's you? Suddenly, a voice cut through the atmosphere. Lionel frowned. Not only did he recognize the voice, just hearing it made him more pissed than he already was. At that moment, two women peeked out from the carriage, one of whom was Ri, the very woman who caused much of Lionel's troubles in this world. The moment she spoke, Lionel's glare landed on her, causing her trouble breathing to come back several fold stronger. She nearly collapsed where she stood. Uncle Zemo suddenly took a step forward, but, Shuu. He had hardly moved when an arrow landed barely a centimeter before his foot. In that instant, he froze. This wasn't because he felt the danger of the arrow. It was slow, and for someone like him, dodging it would have been possible. The issue was that he hadn't even finished lifting his foot when the arrow landed before him, right in the area he had wanted to step toward. The awkward sudden stop shifted his momentum backward, causing an arrow that wouldn't have been lethal to him regardless to make him look ridiculous. Lionel's gaze left Ri and landed back on Uncle Zimo, his expression becoming even colder. Now that he knew this escort was led by that woman, his impression of them was even worse. Boy. Zimo's voice came out in a low growl. Uncle Zimo, stop. Sil's voice suddenly calmed the atmosphere once again. Young man, how about we have a chat? Lionel frowned and looked away from Zimo once again. What did this woman want? Chapter 349. Sil was a bit off-put by Lionel's reaction. What young man wouldn't want to have a talk with a beauty like her? What was his issue? However, with her noble upbringing, it was impossible for such thoughts to cross her face. In fact, they were just fleeting thoughts of hers she didn't spend much time on to begin with. Did you not hear her? Just when Lionel was thinking of what he should be doing, a young man riding one of those odd war steeds glared toward Lionel. It was clear that he was very much unsatisfied with Lionel's attitude. What the hell is wrong with these people? Lionel almost couldn't refrain from rolling his eyes. It was as though everyone who he met made it their duty to piss him off. If you want to speak with me, there's nothing wrong with the current arrangement. I would hate to get attacked again just for breathing the same air as you. Lionel said indifferently. Sil was even more stunned by these words, while Zimo's expression darkened. As for the young man who spoke out, his hands slid to the sword by his side. It seemed that he too was losing his patience. No one seemed to realize that Lionel's words were correct, even if they were somewhat rude. He had just been dragged up from deep within the earth just because he happened to be along their way. Who knew what would happen if he actually accepted this advice? He didn't have a death wish. The only reason Lionel set himself up so close to the road to begin with was because beasts tended to avoid the human population, so they would be less likely to be near where humans frequented. But he didn't expect this logical choice to land him in trouble. Ri stomped her feet. He's so rude, Sil. Just get Uncle Zimo to beat him up so we can leave. Lionel's gaze swept over Ri once more, causing the rest of her words to get caught in her throat. Whatever she meant to say came out in a whimper, dying in her chest. Sil comforted Ri for a moment before peeking back through the window of the carriage. She observed Lionel for a long while. She couldn't help but be curious, plus, she felt a bit guilty. She had happened to overhear some of the things Lionel had suffered through in the city thanks to the actions of her friend. The fact he was hostile wasn't too much of a surprise. It could even be said it was partly her fault for giving Ri an inside path toward a job she wasn't qualified for. Sil hesitated. I'm in need of a guard. The pay is quite good, if you're interested. Zimo's expression changed. Guard? What better guard was there than him? Even if he failed, there were still 50 others. And, even if those 50 failed, there were still the hand-selected youths for this important event. And, even if by some act of a god all of this failed, there were still the life-saving measures she had as the young miss of a preeminent family. What need did she have for a third-dimensional guard? The young man riding the war horse by Sil's carriage carried the worst expression. How did asking for a new guard reflect on himself? But, Lionel's words made it all worse. I have no interest in being a bodyguard. I only want to leave this place without being targeted. Lionel said plainly. Though he was in need of an organization to gain information from, Lionel had no interest in this nonsense. He had to figure out a way to find Aina, or at least get her to find him, and joining a group with so much clear hostility toward him was the last thing he wanted to do. Sil was once again stumped. She tried to be nice, but if Lionel didn't want it, there was no way for her to force him to accept her kindness. Of course, if Lionel knew her thoughts, he would think she thought too much of herself. It was an act of kindness for him to act as her guard. Compared to those here, even if his physical strength couldn't match up, his internal sight was most definitely unmatched. His ability to keep her safe by avoiding danger alone would be better than everyone here. Even if it wasn't about his internal sight, Lionel was starting to get a better and better understanding of his talent and how it matched up to others the longer he spent in this new world order. Maybe in a time as short as a month, Sil wouldn't have the face to ask him for such a thing. After a moment of being flustered, Sil still didn't know how to respond. It was then that something no one could have expected to happened. Xyler, your quota is revoked. Young man, I would like for you to take his place in representing out Kiafur family, what do you think? The young man riding the odd-scaled warhorse froze. All the animosity and hatred he had on his face was suddenly washed away by despair. The delicate voice sounded from within the carriage. Though Lionel couldn't see who had spoken, he felt as though her words manifested into a painting of her image. It was gorgeous, pure and flawless, riding the cool wind like a fragrant breeze. Lionel didn't know why, but he was compelled to say yes almost immediately. However, everyone else was shocked beyond belief. Let alone Xyler, even Sil who had wanted to take Lionel as a bodyguard and Zimo who had wanted to kill Lionel just a moment ago stood frozen. Lionel might not have known who had just spoken, but they knew well who it was. She was none other than the future matriarch of the family, the woman both Ri and Sil called sister-in-law and the wife of Sil's only elder brother, Mistress Era. Compared to Sil, the word of this woman was practically law. Since she had spoken, things were practically final. It was to the point where even if Lionel wanted to run, Zimo wouldn't allow him to. In fact, it was to the point that any hostility Zimo had toward Lionel could only be buried deep within his heart. Realizing the sudden change in the atmosphere, Lionel seemed to understand that turning this offer down wasn't an option. But, what was this quota this woman spoke of? What mess had he been thrust into this time? Chapter 350. Lionel sat in the carriage completely expressionless as though he couldn't sense the numerous glares coming at him from the outside. The truth was that if he was a bit less thick-skinned, he would be embarrassed as well. He was currently the only man within the carriage and the reason for this was quite embarrassing as well. He really hated riding horses. Lionel sat in a corner to himself, ignoring the fragrance that hung in the air. He had never been very moved by such things to begin with. Even the beautiful Mistress Era only caught his attention for a moment before he didn't glance her way again. Indeed, she was quite beautiful. In fact, it seemed that Lionel would meet a new most beautiful woman he had ever seen every other month. It was as though they all grew on trees and were being picked for him in terms of quality. But, Lionel knew that the truth was that the more powerful the woman, the more beautiful they seemed to be. This was likely just a matter of evolution. Era, though, seemed to be particularly fairy-like. A head of flowing white hair, two crystal-like, shimmering blue eyes, a delicately sculpted nose. Everything down from the slight blush of her cheeks to the slenderness of her fingers were all perfectly sculpted to enrapture a man. It somehow made Lionel think of Aina, not for their similarities, but for their differences. Lionel's memory of Aina wasn't as beautiful. In fact, even when Aina wore dresses and portrayed the image of a shy, reserved lady, he had always noticed her tan skin. Of course, on Earth, women took tanning as a trend, at least in the western parts of the world. This was a trend that held strong from the 21st century even to this current point. But, Lionel knew that Aina wasn't the type of person to artificially tan herself or lounge out in the sun. Subconsciously, he always knew that her tan must have come from something else. In fact, it was precisely because of Aina's tan that Lionel first became interested in her and his curiosity eventually got the best of him. Lost in thought, Lionel suddenly smiled. It seemed he missed her quite a lot. He longed to fight side by side with her again. Those warriors who caught sight of Lionel's smile through the window were stunned before feeling furious again, especially when they saw that Ri and Sil had entered somewhat of a daze. Lionel didn't seem to notice the reactions of the others around him as he closed his eyes, entering a state of meditation as he allowed the little mink to cuddle in his arms. At that moment, it seemed as though the air around him had subtly changed. Though he wanted to ask about what he had just gotten himself into, since Mistress Era hadn't said a word, he could only remain silent as well. With his dream world, he could still improve himself without moving an inch. As Lionel fell into meditation, Ree looked somewhat jealously toward the little mink in his arms, causing Syl to giggle. "For someone who claims to be scared of him, you sure interact with him a lot," she said teasingly. Ree pouted. "I just wanted to pet it, why couldn't I just pet it?" Little Blackstar opened one of its eyes to look at Ree before closing it and ignoring her once again. This disregard almost made her stamp her foot in rage. Era remained silent throughout the antics of the two girls, sending a curious gaze toward Lionel. "Interesting," she thought, smiling to herself. Lionel's mind fully entered his dream world. At the moment, he could split his mind 9 ways, so he put one to the task of monitoring the surroundings of his main body while the rest immersed themselves. "I've mastered 300 spears to now. If I want to completely grasp the chain domain, I still have 1,700 more to go," Lionel sighed. It took him months to reach that 300 or so spear mark. It would probably take him years to finish comprehending just a singular spear domain, yet that wasn't even a single % of the spears within the spear domain ring. If only I could break through now, Lionel knew that his ability was directly tied to his soul force. If he broke through to the 4th dimension with it, his ability would definitely evolve to an all-new level. But, it was simply too dangerous to do this in the wilderness. This was the real reason Lionel swallowed all of that dew in one go previously. He didn't want to risk running out of force and having to pull from the atmosphere. If he did, he would have probably been swarmed and died. Unfortunately, he had no dew left. And, even if he did, the dew wasn't compatible with his soul force as it was normal force. In addition, it was only of the 3rd dimension, not the 4th, so it was completely unhelpful. Lionel shook his head. If he hadn't been kicked out of the city, this wouldn't have been a problem. But, life wasn't fair. Maybe I should just try to dream sculpt those 4 seasons force arts. Lionel rejected this idea immediately. He would need to bring them out from the snow globes in order to do this. Someone as sharp as Era would definitely see through their specialness. By then, it'd be a wonder if he could even keep them. Lionel wasn't foolish enough to simply believe Era was a good person just because she was beautiful and had a pleasing voice. Then it seems my only option is to focus on comprehending the changes to my body and comprehending more spears. Lionel shook his head. There were really too many things limiting him. Wait. Lionel's gaze suddenly sharpened. He looked up toward the very top of his dream world, locking eyes with a massive sphere of force arts. With a thought, a spear manifested in Lionel's hands. It was adorned by feathers and seemed quite light to the touch. In addition, it was wildly flexible, waving about at the slightest movement of Lionel's wrist. It felt more like a loose string or a whip than a spear. This was one of the spears that Lionel had yet to master. Lionel locked eyes with the spherical force art and suddenly brandished the spear. He instantly fell into a state of enlightenment. What he didn't know was that at the very instant he did, Era's gaze suddenly shot open like an eagle. The air around Lionel had changed once again. Auspicious air. Chapter 351. Auspicious air. Ancient aura. Heavenly enlightenment. It went by many names across just as many worlds. But, regardless of what it was called, the rarity of it didn't change at all. Even the normally calm and unflustered Era couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. It was to the point her eyes widened uncontrollably. Sist Era raised her slender finger to her pink lips, shushing Syl. It seemed that she was afraid of waking Lionel from such a rare state. It was clear that she had no idea that Lionel had entered this state by choice and it wasn't a mere rare chance. It was something beyond that. A few minutes later, the air around Lionel suddenly vanished and he woke up within his dream world. At that moment, he too was stunned. 3 minutes. It took 3 minutes, Lionel was shocked. Usually, it would take him a few hours to master a spear if he went all out. In truth, this was already shockingly fast. If others came to know he could do this, there was no telling what kind of sensation it would cause. However, Lionel came to realize that as he climbed the hill, the more difficult it became and the more hours he had to pour in to master these spears. Before he realized it, a few months had passed and he had only mastered 300 or so of the over 2,000 he needed to. But, this took him only 3 minutes? The most shocking part was that he had only comprehended with one mind. What if he split his mind 8 ways and reflected on the force art from 8 different directions at once? Era sighed. It only lasted a few minutes, but that would be enough for him to meditate on for a lifetime. He's quite a lucky child. Era almost choked. Lionel entered the state again. Her elegant demeanor was suddenly thrust out the window. Lionel began to experiment. Would it be more efficient to comprehend numerous spells at once? Or meditate on the same spear? What about if he spent 4 mind splits on one spear and 4 on another? What if he spent 2 on each spear? Lionel exhausted all these options, hopping into and out of a state Era thought was nearly impossible to touch in the first place. By the end of it all, she felt so numb that she may very well have been close to losing her mind. Syl and Ree watched this scene play out from the side, completely stunned. They didn't know what had happened to their elegant and refined sister-in-law to make her act like this. In truth, Era's reactions weren't very exaggerated. To other people, they could only be considered to be a slight reaction. Maybe a slight opening of her pink lips, a slight raise of her brows, a slight twitch at the corner of her eyes and lashes. However, for Era, this was the equivalent of her jaw dropping to the floor. Of course, Lionel had no idea what these women were feeling. He wouldn't care even if he knew. After all, the force art was within his dream world, which was essentially just a projection of his memories in his mind. It was impossible for anyone to take from him. Is this his ability? Era finally concluded. When Era came to this conclusion, she sucked in a cold breath. She suddenly understood why Lionel would disdain to be a bodyguard. Though Era had already seen through Lionel's potential, it seemed that even her own evaluation was too low. Someone with such an ability wouldn't be restricted by anything. Of course, Era was technically incorrect, but also could be considered to be correct in a way as well. Without his ability, it would truly be impossible for Lionel to do what he was doing now. If this is truly the case, we have picked up a treasure. But this treasure will be difficult to control. Mistress Era regained her calm. No matter how one looked, it had become impossible to read her thoughts from her expression. So that's how things are. Lionel realized several things through countless experiments. For one, it was far more efficient to split his mind and meditate on the same spear. From Lionel's trials, for a spear at the bottom of the hill, it took about a single minute to master while meditating on the natural force art. For one nearer the middle, it took about 5 minutes. For one near the top, it took upwards of 10 minutes. However, if he meditated on a spear with 2 minds at once, the time was lowered by a factor of 3. A lower tier spear would take 20 seconds and so on. The more minds Lionel used, the efficiency became greater and greater. Eventually, when he used all 8 minds, it took him no more than a second or 2 for a lower tier spear and not even a third of a minute for a higher tier one. Still, even this wasn't the greatest realization Lionel had made. When he went back to the base of the spear peak in order to experiment with lower tier spears, he realized that masteries could be separated into tiers. Lionel personally chose to split masteries into 2 tiers. One, the lower, was what he called shallow mastery, while the higher was named depth mastery by him. Shallow mastery was all Lionel had grasped until now. In order to evoke this mastery, he had to recall the memories and project the image of the spear consciousness outward. This was why whenever he battled with his spear, the images of the spear owners would pop up. However, when he reached depth mastery, this evocation was no longer necessary. It became ingrained into his very bones. In order to reach depth mastery, the requirement was 10 times the time. This meant for a lower-level spear, it would take about 20 seconds. For a middle-level spear, it would around 2 minutes. For a higher-tier spear, it would take around 4 to 5 minutes. But for Lionel, this was well worth it because he realized that when he reached depth mastery, the stamina it took him to use his dreamscape battle sense plummeted. Chapter 352. Lionel lost track of the days, causing the ladies within the carriage to almost become worried. This wasn't because they were worried for Lionel, and it wasn't because they were worried about their own safety having to sleep in the same region as a man either. After all, with Mistress Era here, even if Lionel had evil thoughts, whether or not he'd be able to keep his life for more than a few seconds was the real question in such a situation. What they were really worried about was cleanliness. They were very much worried that Lionel would ruin things with his presence. And, as though this wasn't bad enough, he hadn't moved in almost a week already. But, as time passed, they began to realize something extraordinary. Despite not making any attempts to clean himself, Lionel actually didn't smell. In fact, he looked the exact same as he had when he began to meditate without a care in the world. Not only that, but he didn't even try to strike up a conversation with any one of them. It made sense for him to maintain distance from Era. After all, considering how much Syl's elder brother doted on his wife, he might very well kill Lionel just for being in her presence like this. But what about Ri and Syl? The two women began to feel that there was either something wrong with them or something wrong with Lionel. Lionel's eyes suddenly shot open. A piercing gaze seemed to tear through the air before him as the faint light of a spear shot into the void. Mistress Era didn't miss this subtle change. But, before she needed to act, Lionel snuffed out the aura himself. Lionel sent his gaze out of the carriage window, finding an ever-looming city quickly approaching. But, this city made the one he had landed in seem like a children's toy. Its walls were hundreds of meters tall, projecting an air of not only strength but also artistry. Lionel never thought that he'd be thinking such a thing about wall, but here he was. The walls were a gentle gold color accented by a strong crimson red. Depictions of valiant warriors and magical beasts were etched across its surface, projecting a three-dimensional landscape of war. Just staring at the images made Lionel feel as though the clanging of weapons and the roaring of beasts were reverberating in his mind. Yet, he couldn't take his eyes off of it. He felt his blood boil, his eyes flickering on and off with a violet-red color that shrouded the carriage in an oppressive air. This feeling. It was the very same feeling he had the first time he faced an army of demons. Syl and Ri shivered, inching away from Lionel while lamenting that the massive carriage was still too small. Mistress Era's gaze trembled. She too felt her heart palpitate. She could tell that this was the first time Lionel was seeing these walls. Usually, it was impossible to become so immersed during a second or third attempt. In addition, most would miss the opportunity and look away after losing courage, not knowing they were leaving an opportunity of a lifetime behind. Era could have never expected that Lionel would not only keep looking, but he had even awoken from his meditation as though he had sensed it calling out to him. This has no business on a fourth-dimensional world. Lionel suddenly mumbled. The words were only meant for himself, but Era's eyes widened when she managed to grasp them. In the end, she smiled lightly. Though she did, with her demeanor, it was no more than the slightest curl of her lip. Lionel, you are quite patient. All this time, you haven't asked what it is you'll be participating in. Lionel blinked out of his thoughts and looked toward the future matriarch of the Kiafur family. This was the first time she had spoken with him since he entered this carriage. I figured you'd tell me when it was time. Lionel finally replied. Era's beautiful blue eyes fluttered. Then, without responding directly to the question, she looked toward the city in the distance. Do you know what that city represents? Bravery. Lionel said without hesitation. Era seemed surprised by this answer before she smiled lightly. This time, Her smile seemed much more obvious than it had been in the past. That's one answer, she said noncommittedly. My answer, though, is even simpler than that. It's survival. Lionel's heart stilled for a moment. A flood of unknowable emotions surged through him, causing his blood to rumble once more. You say bravery because you have the strength to say as much. To those without power, it's never about something so idealistic. All they want to see is their next day, their next meal, their next breath. It's not about anything more than that. Syl's eyes glittered as she looked toward Lionel. Is this boy really powerful enough to gain such an evaluation from her sister-in-law? As for the simplest among them all, she almost couldn't refrain from harumphing. She clearly didn't like anything that praised Lionel. What powerful man would bully a young, beautiful girl like her? More pointedly, what powerful man would have such a slave brand? Lionel didn't respond to these words. This wasn't the first time he had run into such a problem. His talk with Roaring Black Lion all those months ago still resurfaced in his memories from time to time. You could say that this is a matter of survival for our family. So, I hope that you'll treat this with the appropriate amount of seriousness. It was only now Lionel realized that he was dealing with a mad woman. This woman knew nothing about him. Yet, she directly snubbed a genius likely hand-picked by their family in favor of him, a man branded with a mark that might as well have assigned him as a slave. If she wasn't mad, then how else would you describe it? Yet, Lionel couldn't help but find himself grinning. If he couldn't find Aina, the next best option was to raise holy hell until she caught wind of him being here. If this place was really so important, wouldn't it be perfect for him? He was beginning to think that Era might have taken a liking to him because he too was a madman. Chapter 353. That's the Kefir family's entourage. The outside of the valiant city was bustling. It was not much different from the people of Earth meeting their celebrities. To the common folk, a family that ruled of a city like Kefir's was far beyond their reach. To see them in the flesh like this was an opportunity of a lifetime. These people knew that they would never have the chance to enter Brave City. But they still traveled here from all over just to catch a glimpse of the festivities. The best part was that they could do so safely. No beasts or invalids would dare to enter even the 10-kilometer radius of Brave City. The aura around it was simply too oppressive. Thanks to this, it was often even safer to be here than it would be to stay at their homes. The Swan family escort is here. The crowd boiled once again. What could excite the people more if not rivalry and competition? Not only were the Swan and Kefir families both long-standing enemies, but they also both had the strength to stand out amidst the crowd. Terrain had a system of cities and powers. They worked together to balance one another. While the cities were ruled by city lords, the powers were ruled by patriarchs and matriarchs. Of course, there were divisions amongst cities and within powers. But both Kefir and Swan City were both the highest Tier 9 cities. They stood at the helm of the world along with the strongest powers. If not, they would never have teleportation hubs. The warriors of the Swan and Kefir families swept glances over one another, a haughty air exuding from them all. They seemed to toe a line of acknowledgement and indifference. Both entourages came to a stop about half a kilometer from the looming city gates. Even as members of the escort, they were aware that they wouldn't be allowed to enter the city gates. Only the elites amongst the elite would be allowed to do such a thing. At that moment, the crowd became entirely focused on the carriages near the middle of the entourage and the small group of elites around it. They all knew that the group of young men and women around the center and the elites within the carriage were the only ones that would be able to take the stage. At that moment, Zyler's expression was gloomy as could be. He gripped the reins of his war horse so tightly that the imprint seeped into his skin and even became soaked with blood. Those who had gained a quota along with Zyler looked toward him with pitying gazes and couldn't help but push their hatred for Lionel up another notch. This adulation should have been Zyler's. Yet, he wouldn't even get to participate in something he had worked so hard for. How could he also not be enraged? But, in a world where power spoke over all, there was nothing he could do. Mistress Era was more powerful than he was, so her word was final. Nothing more, nothing less. At that moment, the door to the Swan family's carriage opened. The first to step out was a young woman. Her demeanor and elegance was a step below that of Mistress Era. However, her looks were not in the least bit inferior. Her charm lay in her openness. She wore a modest blue dress that matched well with her deep black hair and fair complexion. A perpetual, inviting smile hung from her lips, capturing the hearts of all those who saw her. The moment this young woman stepped out, 8 youths riding war horses of their own stepped down from them, following to her back in an orderly fashion. Young Miss Swan, the crowd seemed to be breathless for a moment. Just as the atmosphere was reaching its peak, the Carefree family carriage opened. Syl descended with a bright smile. She didn't look directly at the crowd, but it still felt as though she had greeted them all one by one. She was nothing like the flustered young lady who didn't know how to respond to Lionel's bluntness and played every bit the part of elegant noblewoman. Her charisma was no less than young Miss Swan. In fact, since she picked up some tips from her own sister-in-law, her own demeanor was even slightly more refined than the latter. However, it was at that instant that something no one could have possibly expected to happen occurred. Another person stepped out from the carriage, but his appearance came with what sounded like the shattering of countless hearts. The moment the young man appeared, it was as though a spear had suddenly been brandished before the world. A sharpening blade resonated in the ears of all those who saw him, causing the air to grow several times heavier. The young man's almost golden hair swayed gently beneath his billowing aura, a faint violet hue collecting around him like a cloud. It felt as though his immediate surroundings had become his inescapable domain, a place he controlled all to his own. For those moments, he overshadowed Syl completely. Thoughts that he wasn't worthy to stand by her side didn't even have a chance to manifest before they were ruthlessly crushed. It was to the point that no one even noticed the black brand between his brows. At that moment, let alone those watching on, even Syl was stunned. Was this the same young man who had sat quietly within their carriage for so long? The same young man who had entered their city in rags? The legs of the war horses around Lionel trembled, causing some of the riders to almost fall off completely. Zemo's eyes narrowed. At that moment, he admonished himself for ever doubting the judgment of the mistress. Lionel swept a gaze over the crowd. He knew that in order to catch Aina's attention, he had to stand out as much as possible. He no longer bothered to restrain his aura, nor did he feign his usual modesty. Since he was here, he would make sure his name resounded throughout terrain. At that moment, even the elegant young Miss Swan couldn't help but look toward him with a hint of shock and curiosity in her eyes. Then, she swept a glance toward Syl with a teasing expression. Within the carriage, Era was holding back a pouting Ri who was clearly dissatisfied by the fact she wasn't allowed to go. "Sister-in-law, I want to go too." Era shook her head. "You can enter the spectator stands with me later. You won't be able to enter the gates the normal way regardless." Though Era spoke these words to appease Ri, it was clear that she was absent-minded. Her gaze glistened as she watched Lionel's back through the curtains of the carriage. She felt that this was the true Lionel. But if that was the case, it'd be even more difficult to control than she thought. Still, he was a bit too naive. Regardless of what reasons he had for showing off his sharpness now, he was already being slowly ensnared by her. Looking toward her little sister-in-law's blushing face as she gazed toward Lionel who had suddenly appeared to her side, Era's slight smile appeared once again. Chapter 354. Lionel's aura blazed like the sun. Somehow, even with a beauty like Syl standing by him, she was the one who was overshadowed. "Who is that?" The crowd had fallen into a temporary silence before they suddenly erupted with discussion. "Am I seeing things? Did the Carefree family marry my goddess away?" In the minds of those on terrain, the only reason a male could be sharing a carriage like this with the younger sister of the Carefree family heir could only be this. These big families cared too much about their reputation to allow even an inkling of rumors to start without adequate cause. This meant that even if these two weren't betrothed now, it wouldn't be long before they were. Of all those here, Sil seemed to be the one who understood this the most clearly, especially after she realized her sister-in-law was actually blocking Ri from exiting the carriage. Even if Ri's appearance wouldn't completely quell the rumors, it would at least calm some of the heat she was feeling now. Lionel, however, seemed oblivious to all of this. He took a step forward, his gaze sweeping over the youths who had descended from their war horses. He could easily sense the hostility in their eyes. But, surprisingly, Xyler, who should feel the most wronged, was silent and refused to meet his eyes. "I can tell that you all are unsatisfied." Sil blinked, not expecting Lionel to be so direct. The version of Lionel she knew was closed off and restrained. She had no idea that this wasn't the real Lionel. Lionel wasn't a cold or arrogant person. He liked to think of himself as social and lively. But, circumstances seemed to constantly be pushing his true self away. Hearing Lionel's words, as though they held some compelling spell to them, the youths who were glaring at him still couldn't help but listen. "And, though I know you all don't want to hear it, I'm sure you also understand that it wasn't my choice to be here either, right?" Xyler clenched his fists. "Hey, watch your words." A petite young woman stepped toward Lionel. Clearly she didn't like Lionel's words. What worse thing was there to hear after losing something that the person who got it didn't even appreciate it? In some ways, that felt worse than said person just gloating. That said, how could Lionel not understand this? He swept a glance toward the petite young woman, causing her next words to get caught in her throat. For whatever reason, beneath Lionel's direct gaze, she couldn't seem to muster up any courage to continue her tirade. "I don't say this to belittle Xyler, I say this so that we can get an understanding of one another. Those were simply my feelings in the past. Now that I've seen those city gates and laid eyes on the war scenes it depicts," Lionel's hair billowed beneath his aura, his eyes blazing like two torches. He couldn't help but grin, the rushing of his blood sounding like crashing waterfalls in his ears. "I have not a single intention of giving my spot up." Lionel's almost fiendish grin caused the petite woman to stumble. "You Seven and Sil are my teammates. I hope that instead of letting animosity get the best of you, you'll realize that sabotaging me is the very same as disrespecting Xyler." The young woman and the others were stunned. That was right, if they could get enraged simply because Lionel said that he didn't want the position to begin with, how much worse would it be to ruin the opportunity he had? Suddenly, the petite young woman felt as though she had fallen into a trap she couldn't get out of. Lionel smiled. "Let's go." Lionel turned toward the gates. Despite the fact they were half a kilometer away, it felt as though they were bearing down on him. This level of majesty was far beyond anything he had seen in his lifetime before. Sil and the others subconsciously followed his steps, not realizing their actions until Lionel suddenly stopped and looked back toward Xyler. Xyler stood with his fists clenched, looking toward their backs as blood trickled between his fingers. He was the first person to not avoid Lionel's gaze when he met them. "Second place was never an option for me," Lionel said plainly. At first, it sounded as though Lionel was leaving behind some scolding words for Xyler. However, what Xyler heard was completely different. What he heard was a promise. Sil blinked, not really believing what she was seeing. How did he rein in these arrogant geniuses? Even she could hardly do it, and that was only because of her family background, while the other half of the reason was because they wanted to marry her. Plus, how did she suddenly become a background character? Before she could realize what was happening, their group had caught up to the Swan families. Lionel stood at the helm with Sil by his side. Young Miss Swan stood at the forefront of her own group, looking toward them curiously. All of them stood at the demarcation line. Those without talent didn't dare to cross this 500-meter mark from the brave city gates. If they dared to do so, they would only be asking for death. Young Miss Swan blinked. "Is this your man, little Sil?" "He's quite good. I'm a little bit jealous." Lionel pretended as though he hadn't heard anything, but Syl suddenly became flushed. The men within young Miss Swan's group stared daggers toward Lionel. It seemed they didn't quite like that their goddess was praising another man. A particular large one amongst them, standing a head taller than even the already tall Lionel, shot an aura of competition toward him. Lionel planned to ignore this and take the first step forward. However, it was then that a rush surged through the crowd once again. It seemed that another city lord power had appeared. Chapter 355. The Black City Escort. This city seemed to take their name quite seriously. Their war steeds were a deep shade of night with a singular jagged horn gracing their foreheads. Their carriage seemed carved of carbon and an oppressive aura hung over them all. Bang! The carriage doors opened. The first thing anyone saw was a heavily armored leg smashing against the ground. Lionel could tell that if it wasn't for the fact this was a fourth-dimensional world, the ground would have been cracked beyond repair. But, even then, the weight of this man was undeniable. And, when he came into view, his oppressive presence seemed to overshadow all things. The man's beard could only be described as furious. It ran across his face and jaw like the blades of a knife. It was objectively unkempt. But, if the man groomed it, something would feel off, as though this was his natural state. The state of the man's face made it hard to tell his age. But, those with sharp senses could tell that he was also a youth. His heavy black armor clinked about as he walked. Without having to say a word, 8 followed him in tow, soon reaching the demarcation line as well. At that moment, the young man grinned, seeing the two beauties. Lucky, lucky. I was assigned to the same entrance as two beauties. Syl and young Miss Swan looked toward this young man with a hint of disgust and trepidation in their eyes. It was clear to them that Lionel was far more pleasing to the eye, especially since, other than his odd beard, this young man's head reflected the sun about as well as a polished mirror. That said, considering his status, his bald head had never gotten in his way of wooing women. So, why would he care? At that moment, the little mink around Lionel's shoulder snickered. It seemed that many had missed its presence, just like many hadn't noticed the brand between Lionel's brows. When the man heard this, it looked toward Lionel and found the little mink, causing his eyes to glow. He could sense something he deeply liked within the body of this little mink. I want your beast, he suddenly said. The little mink hopped to Lionel's head, wrapping around itself and yawning. The appearance of its little pink tongue made it seem as though it wasn't worried about the black-armored, bald man at all. Lionel swept a glance toward the black-armored man. There was a reason he had waited here, and it definitely wasn't out of respect for this man. Achievements were only worth something if others didn't achieve. There would be no happiness if there was no sadness, no joy if there was no despair. The more people there were to act as a contrast to him, the better. The black-armored man could tell that despite the fact Lionel had to look up, he wasn't oppressed by his aura in the slightest. However, unlike everyone else who had been starstruck by Lionel's appearance, the black-armored man was, likewise, not. Lives unfair, Lionel said plainly. Unfortunately, you can't always have what you want. Hearing Lionel's words, the young man was stunned for a moment before suddenly grinning fiendishly. Slave brand. Third dimension. Little pretty gigolo. I never thought that someone like this would actually dare to speak to me in this way. The man's words were like a bomb going off in the crowd. Everyone had been so overwhelmed by Lionel's presence that they hardly dared to observe him closely. It was only after hearing these things that they suddenly realized that the black-armored man was correct. Lionel's lip curled, but the smile held a hint of coldness to it. He actually didn't mind the man saying such words. Sometimes, infamy was the best form of fame. However, Lionel still marked this man as one that needed to be taught a lesson. Now, he just had the perfect excuse to do so. Seeing Lionel's unperturbed smile, the black-armored man felt some discomfort. It seems we have something in common, Lionel said lightly. Before, no one dared to speak to me in this way either. It was only after the world began to change that some gained an overinflated sense of self-importance. It seems like you're another one of them. How about we make a bet? The smile within Lionel's gaze deepened. I don't have any words as pointed as gigolo to call you, but what do you say, Baldy? The man's gaze narrowed as a silence fell over the crowd. It seems you want to die. His voice became like gravel as his aura bore down on Lionel. Do you accept, or not, Baldy? Lionel replied. The man stared toward Lionel before bursting out into a fit of laughter. When he finally stopped, his aura had become as heavy as a mountain, bearing down on everyone present. Whether it was his love of women or his want for the little mink, he forgot about them all in that very instant. What is this bet? If the stakes are too small, I just might take your life right here and now. Isn't there a trial right before us now? Lionel said plainly. I'll not only outperform you, I'll embarrass you. As for the stakes, do you dare to bet your life? Maybe it was because the valiant aura of the brave city gates was fueling his raging blood. Or, maybe it was because Lionel was going all out to stand out as much as possible, but, whatever the truth was, a bloodthirsty and cold presence seemed to exude from him. The man faltered slightly. Then, he seemed to truly see Lionel for the first time. I, Jeffrak Black, have never stepped down from any challenge. Good. Lionel replied plainly. Lionel took a step forward and crossed the line. As though a beast was roaring in his face, his hair whipped back violently, his face even distorting slightly. Since you've reported your name, I'll do the same. I'm Lionel Morales. Remember it well. Chapter 356. Syl panicked. The first reason was Lionel's crazy challenge and the second reason was the little mink. Lionel was still in the third dimension while Jeffrak had long since entered the fourth. On top of that, there was no way the little mink could withstand the pressure of Brave City. She had been so distracted before that she hadn't remembered the little beast until Jeffrak mentioned it. Now that she had, she couldn't help but close her eyes, not wanting to watch such an innocent little beast die like this. However, even with her eyes closed and several seconds ticking by, the sound she expected to hear never reached her ears. Everyone watched in shock as Lionel took one step after another. It seemed as though the pressure couldn't do much more to him than kick up a strong wind. As for the little mink, it growled a bit. But, afterward, its body exuded a slight black fog. Soon, it was sleeping again as though nothing had happened. At that moment, Lionel turned back toward their group. Aren't you all coming? Lionel asked. With that, Lionel continued forward. In his sights, the looming walls bore down on him as though trying to crush his will. Syl grit her teeth and took a step forward as well. The instant she did, she felt her knees buckle for a moment before they straightened. As though her actions were a cue, the youths began to move as one, their actions the subject of great entertainment for the surrounding crowd that didn't dare to follow. Jeffrak, too, took a heavy step forward, plowing through the pressure until he matched up to Lionel's speed. His gaze didn't leave Lionel's side profile as though he was waiting for the latter to collapse. Since he had accepted the bet, he wouldn't attack Lionel now. However, the moment Lionel showed any signs of collapsing, he would strike him dead. No one, not even his own brothers, would dare to talk to him in the way Lionel had. And, this arrogant prick actually dared to report his name right after his? He really wanted to see how far a third-dimensional ant could go. At that moment, across the 8 gates of Brave City, similar competitions were happening all over. The fervor of the crowds in these locations were no less. However, the location of the Swan, Kia Fur, and Black families was still among the most heated. How could it not be if a bet to the death was taking place? However, the quick conclusion many were expecting never came. Lionel's steps remained steady. In fact, it seemed as though he had forgotten all about the world around him. He continued to stare intently at the gates before him, the images of battle being firmly ingrained into his mind. He lost himself in his focus, causing a familiar aura to billow out from around him. Jeffrak felt his heart seize when he felt it. To a genius like him, making it to the gates was an easy task. He was leisurely strolling just like Lionel was. They both knew that the true distinguishing factors would only make themselves known at the gates themselves. However, feeling such an aura, Jeffrak's steps faltered. He even felt that the pressure coming from Lionel was a step more forceful than even the brave city gates. Soon, the group separated. In the very front, there was Lionel and Jeffrak. A step behind them were young Miss Swan and Syl. And, much further behind them were the petite young woman and the other lackeys of the city lord Powers. Who is he? Young Miss Swan looked towards Syl with curious, blinking eyes. A delicate sweat covered her elegant brow. But, rather than destroying her demeanor, it made her look more pitiable. She played the role of vulnerable princess in need of saving exceptionally well. It was clear that the two women could be walking side by side with Lionel and Jeffrak should they want to. However, there was no need to enter a big dick contest between men. Whether they reached the gates first or last, it wouldn't make much of a difference as long as they did so within the allotted time. Realizing this, why would young Miss Swan not take the opportunity to learn a bit more about this mysterious Lionel character? Syl blinked innocently, a beautiful smile crossing her soft pink lips. None of your business. The two women walked side by side, smiling amicably. Yet, the atmosphere was deathly cold. Maybe this was the hypocrisy of women. They too were having their own big dick contest, it was just more covert. At that moment, Jeffrak was still observing Lionel. Maybe due to the influence of the brave city gates, but he was the only one who could sense this oppressive aura coming from Lionel. He seemed to realize this as well, judging by the reactions of everyone else, so he bit down hard on his tongue so as not to lose face. However, Lionel couldn't be bothered to deal with him. A huge chunk of herb ore suddenly appeared in his hand. This pressure makes it easier to absorb the herb essence. Thanks to his breakthrough, Lionel was already within the superior stage. At this level, his body was already comparable to a weak pseudo-fourth dimension metal, and he was only a stage away from perfection. Disregard, Lionel had already gotten his use out of Jeffrak. What happened from here on out between them didn't matter to him as long as he beat him. Jeffrak seemed to sense this as well, and it lit a fire in his chest. However, no amount of his anger seemed to change a single thing. For entities as strong as them, it should have only taken less than a minute to cross 500 meters. Yet, under the pressure, it took them a half hour. When the gates became clear, everyone seemed to understand that this was where the true trial began. The doors loomed to an impossibly tall height. Standing beneath them, Lionel could only lift his head vertically. And even then, it was hard to see the tops of the walls. However, it was these very doors they needed to push to enter. Chapter 357. Jeffrak was drenched in sweat. In order not to lose face, he had kept up with Lionel's pace from start to finish. But the result made his lungs scream. Unfortunately, the pressure of the gates had nothing to do with strength. Even a fifth-dimensional entity would face a proportional amount of pressure. This was, of course, the same for Jeffrak. But, what Jeffrak couldn't believe was that Lionel seemed unaffected. Let alone breathing as heavily as him, Lionel didn't even seem as though he had sweated a single drop. To make matters worse, Jeffrak was certain that the reason he was in such a sorry state was because of the pressure of the wall, but rather because of the pressure from Lionel himself. Finally, for the first time since their competition began, Lionel looked toward Jeffrak. "You don't look too good, Baldy. You doing okay?" Jeffrak's gaze flashed with a bloody red. He glared at Lionel, his chest heaving. At that moment, from atop the city walls, a few individuals looked down with curiosity. They all seemed like youths as well. However, whether they had gone through the same trials or not was unknown. "Isn't that Black City's bald boy? He looks like he's in a pretty sorry state. What happened to him?" The few on the wall chuckled. However, let alone hearing them, those below couldn't even see them. It was as though they were in a completely different world. The only one who frowned, seemingly realizing something was off, was Lionel. However, even with his senses, he had no way of seeing through the brave city barrier. He only felt a faint itching at the small of his back as though he was being watched. Which door do you think they'll be able to open? PFT, aren't you just wondering if we'll have any competition? Regardless, if they're anything below Royal ITLL be too much of a disappointment. If that was the case, I would have gotten up to come all the way over here for no reason. If you wanted to watch true elites, you should have gone to watch the gates with powers rather than this city lord gate. It's rare for anything meaningful to come out of the cities. And, those that are worth watching have already entered the city. Well, isn't that madman's sister down there? Maybe the genes run in the Kiafur family. The others looked at the young man who spoke like he was crazy. You know that madman is overprotective about anything related to his wife and his little sister. You better watch your mouth. I don't care if you die, but if I'm guilty by association, who will I go complain to? It was clear that these people were speaking about Sil's elder brother. It seemed that he had already entered the city. However, oddly enough, his wife and Sil's sister-in-law, Era, didn't seem to be a participant. It obviously wasn't because Era was too weak, and it obviously wasn't because she was too old. Whatever the true reason behind this was seemed a bit complicated. Regardless, Lionel wasn't privy to this information as he couldn't even hear the conversation. Still, all those on the top of the city walls seemed to accept this person's word as law, and they all closed their mouths. It's a shame though. Someone else picked up the conversation that had fallen to silence. The cities are only going to fall further and further behind the powers at this rate. If they don't get themselves together and see the bigger picture, they'll be left behind. The others sneered hearing this. It was clear they were all from powers themselves, or they wouldn't be reacting like this. It isn't their fault. Their structures are flawed from the beginning. Us powers are built on strength first and foremost, while their foundations are economy and governance. To them, abandoning terrain would ruin their futures completely, whereas for us, wherever there's room for self-improvement, we'll be able to thrive. They only have themselves to blame for their collapse. The words these young masters spoke easily uncovered the dark underbelly of terrain without regard. Unlike the common people who had to tiptoe around their words, these nobles spoke their minds freely and boldly. This was the representation of true power. The group snickered. Oh, looks like someone is going to try. Huh. Is that boy really in the third dimension? They had been so lost in their own worlds that it was only now they noticed that the young man teaching Jirak his place was actually within the third dimension. For one, they had never heard of a person in the third dimension even making it through the pressure of the gates. Though the pressure was adjusted based on strength, there was still a minimum requirement for foundation. They had simply never seen someone within the third dimension meet these standards. And, secondly, anyone who could make a fool out of Jirak should definitely be a monster. The only reason they hadn't paid more attention to Lionel before despite this was because the city lord system was declining harshly. Though Jirak had some fame, they all docked him several points simply by virtue of this. Why would they care about someone who was only beating someone they didn't care much about to begin with? Would you care about the power of someone capable of stomping an ant to death? Bang. At that moment, Lionel's palm touched the tall doors, his robes and hair billowing. Jirak, who was already hardly able to stand on his own 2 feet, was blasted flying, rolling in the dirt until he slowly landed before the feet of the 2 women who were still a good distance from the gates. Lionel felt a force trying to rip his arm apart. Strong energies surged toward him, but they rebounded off his body like crossing blades, filling the air with the sound of harsh sharpening metal. Bang! The ground beneath Lionel's feet cracked slightly. Fine lines raced across, meeting together and separating just as quickly as they spread outward. Lionel closed his eyes. He could sense the 5 levels of the door. In fact, it wasn't much different from the scene he saw when unlocking his metal synergy lineage factor. Soldier. General. Royal. King. Emperor. The whole city quaked. Lionel thought of waiting for Jirak to go first again. But, after seeing his poor performance, Lionel felt that it was beneath him to even need such a person to contrast himself with. He simply served no purpose. In that case, he would make it a one-man show. His singular palm rested the door. He could feel it pushing back against him, wanting to throw him away the very same way Jirak had been. Lionel's eyes shot open. Bronze runes raced across his body, a halo of bronze violet appearing above his head. Those with lineage factors suddenly felt their hearts tremble, their blood running in reverse. Open. Bang. The scene was one those watching would never forget. Chapter 358. Bang. Bang. The gates flew open. In those moments, it felt as though a tornado had formed around Lionel. On one side, wind rushed in violently, blowing everything away. On the other, an undefeatable suction surged, sweeping up everything in a rush of quicksand-like wind. However, nothing was as deafening as the sound of the gates smashing against the hallowed walls of Brave City. The reverberation was so resounding, so cacophonic, so tempestuous that the whole city quaked. At that moment, no matter what section of the city you were in, everyone looked toward the same direction, shock coloring their features. This commotion? What could it possibly be? Those that could see what was happening were shocked to the point of speechlessness. The crowd that had been spectating from half a kilometer away only saw Lionel place a single palm forward before doors that towered into the skies nearly flew off their hinges beneath his presence. In fact, the ground beneath their feet quaked endlessly, causing some weaker individuals to fall to their butts, unable to understand what they had just seen. Just what level of strength was this? Of course, these people had no idea that opening the doors wasn't a contest of strength, it was a contest of will and battle aura. However, to Lionel, who had already fully awakened the first level of his metal synergy lineage factor, it was nothing but a joke. In fact, Lionel even felt it was too easy. Soldier, general, royal, king and emperor. Lionel thought to himself, looking into the massive window toward the city he had created himself. Something seems to be missing. Lionel took a step forward, crossing the threshold. A wash of energy flooded toward him, coalescing into a golden brand between his brows. Compared to the runes that shone across his body, it was lacking in momentum and radiance. However, to those of Brave City, this golden mark was the highest entry honor of the city, the Emperor class. Lionel had no idea the level of commotion his actions would cause. Brave City was separated into tiers. Much like some parts of society, there were locations one could not enter without the appropriate credentials or standing. Within the city, these separating lines were even more exaggerated. The city itself isn't like how one would think it would be. Rather than being a metropolis, Brave City looked more like a war camp. There were no paved roads. Just like the outside of the city walls, the ground was covered in nothing but a brownish soil that looked like the land of a military practice ground. In every which direction, one could find monuments of stone called the Bravery Pillars. They depicted the exploits of soldiers and generals of the past and were among the most important staples of Brave City. Rather than buildings, much of Brave City was an arrangement of tents, especially the outer city limits. Only royals were allowed to live in small hut-like structures while only emperors had stone housing for themselves. However, despite this seemingly organized structure, there was nothing peaceful about this city. Battles of all sorts seemed to take place every moment. Whether it was a battle for resources, for the monuments or even for housing, it seemed as though one would take place all the time. Outside of the seemingly territorial housing system, there didn't seem to be a single ounce of order throughout the whole city. Except for in just one place. A singular tower stood in the very middle of the city. Aside from the walls of the city itself, it was the only structure that stood above 2 or 3 stories tall. In fact, it shot hundreds of meters into the air much like the war-etched walls on the outside. From the top of this tower, one could overlook the whole city and all 8 of its gates. However, to be able to step to this floor, the minimum requirement was to be a king. For someone of such standing, they obviously wouldn't come here to overlook ants they thought to be beneath them. That said, there were exceptions to every rule. Just how much commotion would the swinging of doors hundreds of meters high cause? Just how much worse would this commotion be if the action was so violent that the doors hardly stopped even after slamming into the walls that held it up? Everyone knew that for the whole gate to open, it could only mean that a new emperor had appeared. However, even past emperors hadn't caused such a commotion, and most people could only hurriedly squeeze through a crack they caused in the gates. Who had ever heard of someone being given such a wide berth? At that moment, the usually bustling top tower floor fell into silence. Their eyes all landed on the same young man. Compared to the size of the doors, he seemed so small, like an ant that could be stamped into a meat paste at any moment. However, it was as though the doors didn't dare to close as he walked through. They stayed attached to the walls, still reverberating with residue of the previous impact that, even to this moment, resounded in everyone's ears like an endless echo. Who is that? They were all stunned to find out that none of them recognized the young man. Other than feeling some trembling in their hearts toward the odds runes drawn across his body, there was nothing else they could glean about him. It seemed that a variable had appeared. Within the tower, 3 familiar faces could be found. Well, they weren't quite familiar to Lionel. However, had Aina been there would be no doubt that she would recognize these people at first glance. Young heir of Cliff's Edge Terrace, Rain-Red Solar. Young heiress to World's End Falls, Jilnia Falls. Young heir to Mirage Pavilion, Wheeless Mirage. These 4 people had no idea how they were connected, but it didn't seem to matter. Brave City would make them enemies regardless. At that moment, as though everyone had realized a singular threat before them, several auras locked onto Lionel. Chapter 359. Bang! A shadowy figure shot through the roof of an inn, causing brick and chips of wood to fly through the air. The shocked screams of the citizens rocked the small city, but the shadowy figure continued to leap from wall to wall and house to house, eventually landing atop the city walls. These walls couldn't compare to those of Brave City in the slightest. They were at most 10 meters tall and a few meters thick. This place was only considered a Tier 7 city that couldn't compare even to Swan, Black or Kiafur City. However, it was unique in that rather than being under the jurisdiction of a city lord power, it was beneath the power of World's End Falls. When the shadowy figure finally came to a stop, those that could see it shivered. The figure was completely covered in a black cloak. Its back hunched up in a curved arc, making it difficult to tell just how someone with a body like this could possibly move so agilely. The figure held a massive great sword in their hands that spanned the length of 3 meters. Even now, it glistened with the blood of several guards. At that moment, the city guards charged from all directions wearing white robes alternating in a sky blue soft armor. Sword Monstress. The cloak covering the face of the sword monstress blew off, revealing the figure's features. It took but a moment for them all to recognize this scourge of terrain. She could only be described as a grotesque woman. She had a hunched back, her hair was unkempt and wild, and her face made the stomachs of all those who saw her crawl. They had long since lost count of the number of massacres this beast had been the cause of. She had wanted posters almost everywhere, yet she somehow managed to vanish whenever they seemed close to catching her. The sword monstress gaze looked particularly demonic. As though she had lost all sense of human reason, she all but growled in response. Without a word, she leapt forward, her monstrous sword being raised in her claw-like hands. The guard who had spoken found his vision splitting in two. Before he could even react, his consciousness faded, his body falling to the ground in 2 halves. The sword monstress body flashed, her sword drawing lines of crimson throughout the streets. Blood flowed to the stone-paved ground, seeping through the cracks and dyeing them red. Each life she reaped was only met by a violent gaze that only seemed to grow more and more bloodthirsty. It was as though it wasn't enough, as though she wanted more. At that moment, the head guard of the Tier 7 city had finally gotten word of what was happening and began to rush over. The sword monstress, seemingly realizing the incoming danger, suddenly stopped her endless slaughter. She looked toward the distance, two sharp teeth shining through her heaving breath. Her body blurred, accelerating toward the distance. She leapt over the city wall as though it didn't exist, vanishing toward the wilderness before the head guard could long onto her. By the time the head guard appeared amidst the carnage, she had already long since left, leaving him standing there with a chest filled with rage and nothing to vent it on. Inform the higher-ups that she's escaped the encirclement by unknown means. Her next destination is unknown. The head guard clenched his fists. He already knew that his punishment for this wouldn't be small, but it was simply too difficult to lock onto a single target who hadn't been branded. With everyone headed toward Brave City, the in and out flux of tourists and citizens was too high. This was likely the worst time to be trying to catch a criminal. Lionel walked into the city. He swept his gaze over everything once before heading in deeper. Era hadn't told him much about the city and how things worked. All he knew was that entering was a test, and the better he performed, the greater benefits there was. Other than this, he also knew that when he chose an abode to stay in, he had to stay in this eastern section of the city since he entered through the eastern section. This wasn't to say that it was impossible to travel to other sections, but rather that it was seen as an act of war that could spark something he currently didn't have the means to deal with. Lionel, though, had his own reasons for being eager to enter the city. It wasn't just about making his name known so he could find Aina easier, it was also about finding a safe place to break through. Lionel felt like Brave City was the best place he could ever find to break through with his soul force. In fact, Lionel knew that he had no choice but to do this. If he didn't, he would have no way of dealing with the trials to come in the future. After claiming a home, you could receive a half-day's protection. But, after that, Lionel knew that trouble would come knocking at his door. In truth, even if he broke through, Lionel wasn't quite confident in protecting himself. All of the spells he had, even the most powerful 3-star Magus arts, were still mere third-dimensional spells. Lionel didn't know how useful they would be against fourth-dimensional existences. Knowing this, rather than going off to quickly find a house to claim, Lionel waited for Syl. He felt that this city would most definitely have opportunities for him to take advantage of. He would take his time to find them before taking advantage of the 12-hour protection he would receive. This was, of course, the best plan. Lionel's thoughts were meticulous and well thought out. It was just a shame that trouble would find him before he could act on it completely. Those youths that had just been standing atop the wall recovered from their shock and stabilized their feet, having almost fallen from the wall thanks to Lionel's entry. After sending a glance toward each other, one after another, they descended the walls. Soon, they stood on level ground along with Lionel as the heavy gates slammed shut. Bang! Chapter 360. Lionel swept a glance toward the group before him. Though there were just 4 of them, each had the marks of royals on their foreheads. Lionel still wasn't exactly sure what this system of ranking meant, but just by virtue of this, he was aware of why these 4 had come. However, he wasn't worried. These 4 didn't have any ability to take his mark of an emperor until he chose a home and had held it in his possession for 12 hours. Since he hadn't even chosen a home yet, it was impossible for them to do so. That said, that didn't mean they couldn't act without reward, likely in an attempt to get him to hand over the mark himself. The 4 young men and women looked Lionel up and down with curiosity. "Who are you?" one of them suddenly asked. The speaker wore red robes matched with violet soft armor. Had Lionel been well informed, he would know that this young man came from Mirage Pavilion. However, considering his ignorance, other than noticing the well-matched colors, he didn't really think anything more of it. Lionel smiled carefreely. "My name is Lionel Morales." In Lionel's opinion, the more people who knew his name, the better. He didn't care about what tone the speaker was using, even if he was quite condescending. All that mattered to Lionel was that more people knew his name. The happenings of terrain meant little to him, and he also didn't particularly care about what this brave city represented and the reason so many youths had come to this place. All he cared about was making his way back to Earth after finding Aina. If Lionel were to say what his goals were aside from finding her, it would only be destroying the Royal Blue Fort and helping Aina get revenge. Though he didn't know the full extent of Aina's backstory, knowing that the Brazinger family had wronged her was enough for him. Seeing Lionel's bright smile, the four were caught off guard. They had fully expected Lionel to lash out or even ignore them, giving them ample reason to stomp all over his pride. Though they asked who Lionel was, they already knew that he was a member of the Kiafur family. To them, other than Syl's elder brother, there was no one else worth fearing from this family. Even if Lionel was a bit more talented than their usual selections, so what? He was still within the third dimension. Even the weakest individual knew how impossible it was to cross the dimensional barrier to battle, let alone doing so against 4 people. As far as they were concerned, Lionel was finished. However, as the saying went, it was hard to punch a smiling face. At that moment, the large doors were opened once again. However, this time, instead of the whole gate moving, it was simply one of the inner gates. And, instead of it almost flying from its hinges as it had done just moments ago, barely a crack was formed for a tall, black-armored figure to squeeze through in a sorry state. It could only be said that the harsh reality of comparing yourself to another was too heart-wrenching. Jirak practically collapsed to the ground, heaving out such heavy breaths that it seemed he might cough up his lung at any moment. He placed his hands on his knees to keep himself from lying flat on the dusty roads. Unfortunately, he huffed up a big mouthful of kicked-up dirt, causing him to cough violently. He couldn't have been in a sorrier state, causing the 4 youths to snicker. When Jirak heard this, he looked up, his eyes reddening. "Who the fuck are you? You dare to laugh at me?" The youths wanted to laugh again, but Jirak suddenly vanished, appearing amidst the group and sending out a fist. The air shook beneath his strength, folding in on itself and layering his fists in a quaking wind. Lionel's lip twitched as he watched this. What kind of man with a wind affinity this high wears heavy army like that? At first glance, he should be an earth affinity mage like me. Bang! The youth from the Mirage Pavilion was sent flying. Lionel could tell with a single glance that his jaw was snapped from its hinges. It was clear that whatever meals this youth would be having over the next few weeks would have to be through a straw. Who else? Who else was laughing it up? Come on, tell me. Where's the joke? I want to laugh too. It was impossible for anyone to tell that these 4 youths had just been standing atop the walls of the city, commenting on how weak Jirak was. Lionel watched in silence, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lip. This Jirak was an interesting character. Jirak's fist slammed into the second male, sending him tumbling toward the first. They piled atop of one another, groaning and without the strength to stand. "Get a room, you bunch of perverts." Jirak growled before looking toward the 2 women. "I don't hit girls." Before the 2 women could sigh a breath of relief, Jirak continued. "Smack each other until I'm satisfied." The 2 women looked at one another, then back at Jirak as though they were ready to fight to the death. But, upon seeing Jirak rubbing his fists, their hearts trembled and they turned toward one another, each trying to get the first hit in. Jirak clapped, a wide grin spreading across his face. He brought his fingers to his mouth, whistling as though he was encouraging them to go on. "Go on, fight harder. Yeah, just like that. Hey, I bet she won't be able to fight as hard if you rip her clothes. Whistle, what a show. What delicate skin. Oh, I think I see a little pink. Top tier, top tier." Jirak took out some herb coins and started flicking them toward the 2 fighting girls. He looked like he was having the time of his life. Lionel stood to the side, speechless. Chapter 361. Just when Jirak was getting into his groove, the gates opened once again, and this time, 2 women entered. Of course, they were Syl and young Miss Swan. When the two women saw the scene before them, they charged toward Jirak like a twin pair of lionesses. In fact, they even sent glaring daggers toward Lionel for not stepping in to stop this madman earlier. Toward such a thing, Lionel only chuckled and didn't say much. He was going to step in previously, but since they were here now, he didn't have to do anything. All right. Since these two she-devils have stepped in for you, leave your panties behind and we can call it even. The two women shivered in terror hearing these words. Jirak. Sil snapped. All right. Forget it. Jirak shook his head as though it was truly a pity. Looking quite pitiable, the two women helped their two friends up and they stumbled away. It was only now they noticed that Jirak actually had a king mark on his forehead. It seemed that they had been so distracted by how terrible he looked before that they had forgotten to account for this. It was only after this that Jirak suddenly looked toward Lionel seriously. Do what you will. Jirak closed his eyes, crossing his arms across his chest and lifting his neck as though waiting for a blade to run across it. The little mink atop Lionel's head yawned lazily before sticking out its tongue as though to make fun of Jirak. It got bored of this quite quickly though and went back to its nap. Lionel could tell that the little guy was growing more languid lately. The little mink he knew was always lively and looking to play. Lionel wasn't sure if this change was it maturing or if there was another reason. That aside, Lionel wasn't thinking much about this right now. He was only quite surprised that Jirak actually seemed to be waiting for death. Of course, Lionel had never really expected to kill him in the first place. For one, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person and he didn't enjoy to kill unless it was absolutely necessary. And, secondly, he had only been saying the most boisterous things he could say for the sake of making sure his story spread as widely as possible. Lionel suddenly smiled. So your life is mine, right? Jirak opened his eyes and frowned. But in the end. Yes. Good. Lionel's smile widened. Follow me then. I also don't know enough about this place, so tell me about it. Jirak raised his brows, unclenching fists he hadn't known he had clenched. Isn't Sil your fiancée? She didn't tell you anything about this? Lionel made a weird face. Fiancé? No, she isn't. Sil suddenly flushed as red as a tomato. Do you believe I won't rip your tongue out, Jirak? Jirak blinked. So, she's single? Jirak. Young Miss Swan giggled from the sidelines, seemingly enjoying this quite a bit. After a while, her eyes sparkled when she looked toward Lionel. So, he's single too. Lionel, however, was no longer paying attention to their antics. His gaze seemed to cut through space, landing on a tower in the distance. From there, he could feel numerous gazes on him, all of which seemed to be waiting for something. Lionel felt his blood surging. Who knew how long it would take him to realize that his actions over the past few hours weren't as much of an act as he thought it was? You're saying no one knows where Brave City came from? Lionel looked toward Jirak, Sil and Kyra with a weird expression. Of course, Kyra was the first name of young Miss Swan. After listening to the banter between the two women, Lionel finally managed to learn this much. Well, Jirak mumbled. There are some theories, but... Well, the truth is that as a fourth-dimensional world, we don't have high enough standing to confirm or deny this. We only have a few rumors. Lionel could see the discomfort the three felt when Jirak said these words. It seemed that this wasn't something that was acknowledged often. But, in the grand scheme, it was nonetheless true that a fourth-dimensional world wasn't worth mentioning. It made Lionel realize that as small as terrain was, Earth was even more so. What rumors? Lionel asked. Jirak hesitated as though he wasn't sure whether or not he should say. But, maybe because he remembered Lionel owned his life now, he realized he had no choice. They say that brave cities only appear in worlds that are at a crossroad. Lionel frowned. What was that supposed to mean? A crossroad? What kind of crossroad? One where we either develop ourselves or choose to abandon everything our ancestors built. Lionel still wasn't sure if he understood what this meant, but seeing as the three were only growing more uncomfortable, he shifted his focus slightly. Then what does a brave city get out of appearing? Is it like a subdimensional zone? Not exactly. Zones are created by the dimensional verse. But brave cities are built by people. As for what they get out of it, they say it's recruitment. Lionel's brow raised. A world at a crossroad, built by people, it's all for recruitment. Lionel couldn't help but think of the Star and Cross organization. Even to this point, he still didn't know their true name. All he had was a gut feeling that their scope was beyond that of just terrain and that their uniforms were cool. There was nothing else. But who knew that even before he could understand who they were, another mysterious organization would appear? In fact, this one's methods seemed even more shocking than the first. The Star and Cross organization was still tangible to Lionel. He could see them, interact with them, and, unfortunately, be shamed by them. But this brave city organization had no face or image. And they somehow managed to make a city manifest from thin air without even the strongest powers of this world understanding how. For the first time, Lionel was starting to get an understanding that this new world order was anything but peaceful. Chapter 362. Lionel stood at the base of a large stone monument. Just looking at it, it exuded the same type of aura the city gates had. It was just that this aura was displayed on a much smaller scale. Rather than enveloping an area of half a kilometer, this aura acted on just the 10-meter radius of the monument. However, from what Lionel could tell, this aura was actually several times that of the gates, as though it had been concentrated in place. Many people who stood around the monument curiously observed the new group of four. When they saw that it was made of 3 kings and an emperor, they grew shocked and began to whisper amongst each other. In this sort of place, information was the greatest strength. The fact that they didn't know that these people were among the kings and emperors meant that they could only be new. Lionel. Syl said hesitantly. We still need to go report to my elder brother. Lionel frowned. Report? He felt a strong feeling against doing something like this. There was no telling what kind of personality Syl's elder brother had or how he would react to Lionel's sudden appearance. Emicham, later. Lionel nodded noncommittedly. Syl bit her lip, ignoring Kyra's amused gaze. This damned vixen. Is it necessary to stand so close to him? Still, Lionel didn't seem to notice the squabble between these two women, nor did he seem to realize that Syl's invitation was more about getting him away from young Miss Swan than anything else. But, whether he acknowledged it or not didn't matter much, he already had his own plan in mind. Explain these monuments to me one more time, Jirak. Jirak grumbled. Was he really nothing but a glorified dictionary? He had no idea that this really was the case. Lionel didn't want to expose the true capabilities of the dictionary, so he continued to use it only as a translation tool. He didn't feel like falling out with another organization that lusted after his treasures. All these monuments depict moments in history. There's nothing special about them other than the fact cultivation is a bit faster if you can withstand their aura. You can see it for yourself, it's just telling the tale of some dead general. Lionel nodded. Maybe it was because this brave city wasn't native to terrain, but the words on this monument could be understood by Lionel even without using the dictionary's help. Gained victory after 121 days of battle. Mounted the head of, the more Lionel read, the more useless the information seemed to become. It was almost like a newspaper article. All of the most important facts about the topic were found in the header and the first few paragraphs. As it continued, it got useless to the point of even describing what General Farron had for breakfast that morning. It was no wonder Jirak had said this monument was useless. Lionel had no interest in how many women a general bedded in celebration of his victory. However, no matter how Lionel looked at it, he didn't think that these monuments were so simple because he felt danger from them. His primitive senses made him feel as though if he played around with these monuments too long he could die. The weird part about this feeling was that, obviously, no one had died at the hands of this monument before. Had someone died, there was no way everyone here would be so casual about it. In fact, the only slight conflict here was in deciding who was allowed to enter the 10-meter radius of the monument. Of course, danger didn't necessarily mean that this monument would be avoided. After all, with danger came opportunities. But, Jirak would have definitely mentioned it had such a danger existed. Lionel suddenly closed his eyes. A massive spherical force art was reflected in his mind. At that moment, his aura completely changed as though he had become one with nature. Even though he was standing right next to Kyra, Sil and Jirak, it was as though he was in an entirely different world. When he opened his eyes again and read the first line again, a shocking change occurred. Before Lionel could continue, his vision was enveloped in blackness. When his vision returned, what he saw was no longer a monument. He saw a man wearing a fiery red armor. He sat upon a tall crimson steed and held a halberd that was just as blood red. The aura he exuded was so suffocating that Lionel nearly fell to his knees. At that moment, the man riding the crimson steed stood at the helm of a massive army. He was leading so many men that from afar, they looked like millions of little ants arranged into neat square formations. Yet, despite the number of men, this man stood valiantly, his presence alone subduing the whole of the army. The man leveled his halberd with the ground, his chest growing out a size as he took a deep breath. The moment he released his breath, a mighty roar that shook the skies bore itself into Lionel's heart. Bang! Lionel was sent flying. Blood leaked from his nose and ears, his body skidding along the dirt roads. A violent force tore through his mind, looking to tear his ethereal glabella to shreds. It was as though this force wanted to erase any memories Lionel might have just gained. Lionel. Jirak and the two women were shocked, not knowing what happened. They all looked around with frantic gazes as though trying to find who sneak attacked Lionel. That seemed to be the only explanation for what just happened. Unable to find a thing, they could only rush to his side. But, Lionel was out cold, blood continuing to flow from his orifices as a violent energy continued to rampage through his mind. Chapter 363. Lionel. Lionel. No matter how they shouted Lionel's name, it didn't seem to matter in the slightest. The one who attacked him must have wanted him dead, there was no other explanation. The appearance of a third-dimensional emperor was too conspicuous. The number who wanted to take advantage of Lionel's weakness was likely not few. It was simply too easy for those fourth-dimensional monsters to kill Lionel secretly without any of them being any wiser. It couldn't be said that these three would live and die with Lionel. How could they? They had only just met. Jirak was practically Lionel's slave now, while the two women only had a small bit of budding feelings. It wasn't to the point of risking their lives. Yet, all three of them still uncontrollably ran to Lionel's side when they saw his current state. It was clear they all had a good impression of him. The little mink scrambled from Lionel's head, landing on his face and nudging him continuously. The energy continued to rampage throughout Lionel's mind. But, it seemed to notice that it couldn't shatter the barriers of Lionel's ethereal glabella after a few attempts. How could it? After awakening his wisdom branch, Lionel's mind had already become capable of housing fifth-dimensional soul force. Even though he had yet to come in contact with fifth-dimensional force, it didn't change this fact. When comparing the sturdiness of one's ethereal glabella, Lionel was unmatched on terrain and earth. Seemingly realizing this, the energy changed its target, aiming for the embryos that hung vulnerably within the hidden world. By now, Lionel had already formed many embryos. A transparent spear stood for his spear embryo. A 12-pointed star silently whirred for his snowy star owl lineage factor. A bronze-violet halo represented his metal synergy lineage factor. Among them, the one that took up the most space was a bow. Harsh and violent cold winds surged around it, making it difficult even to approach. It seemed ready to tear anything that did apart. It was this group that the energy surged toward, ready to tear it apart. Without hesitation, it targeted Lionel's 12-pointed star first. It could sense that its healing characteristic could become a problem should it be allowed to continue. So, how could it not target it first? But, it was at the very moment it made contact that things suddenly changed. A hidden scarlet energy was stirred. It had hidden itself deeply within the 12-pointed star. No, it was more accurate to say that they had completely fused. The instant the energy came into contact with this scarlet force, it collapsed. There was no suspense, no hard-fought battle, no teetering on the edge of life and death. Just like that, it was snuffed out. The moment this energy was destroyed, Lionel's eyes shot open, his heart beating heavily as though trying to escape his chest. He sat up, catching Little Blackstar before he fell to the ground. Lionel smiled, a sight that looked a bit gruesome considering the blood running down his nose and ears. "It's all right, I'm fine, I'm fine." Lionel comforted the little mink. Lionel wiped the blood from his face with an arm, looking back toward the monument. His gaze narrowed. He realized something. All this time, he had been subconsciously restraining his internal sight. But, when he meditated on the natural force art, in order to appear within his dream world and the real world at the same time, the only option was to use his internal sight. Lionel had learned from Uncle Montez that wantonly using his internal sight was seen as a taboo in this new world order. So, he had always been careful with doing so. This made him miss the fact that his internal sight was severely restricted beneath the aura of this monument. It wasn't that there was nothing to gain from this monument, but rather that anything worth gaining could only be seen through internal sight. It wasn't even necessary for Lionel to use the natural force art to see it. In fact, the fact Lionel used the natural force art caused him to dive too deeply into the world, which was what caused such an exaggerated backlash. Had he dipped his toes in more slowly, he wouldn't have suffered nearly as badly even if he did a bit. Coming to this realization, Lionel understood the crux of the matter. In this world, without internal sight, it was impossible to cultivate. Due to this, it was both a point of emphasis and something that was easily glossed over. These youths standing around the monument might have already tried to examine it with their internal sight, but because theirs was so much weaker than Lionel's, it wasn't even possible for them to cut through the pressure and touch the monument with their senses. Their only option would be to walk through the pressure personally. However, the pressure here was many times that of the gates. Most couldn't even enter a 5-meter radius, let alone get close enough to extend their internal sight. This made Lionel certain that there were very few in this brave city who had succeeded in doing what he had. And, these people, in all likelihood, had kept this secret to themselves. Lionel. Huh? Lionel was suddenly awakened from his thoughts only to find that 3 people were standing above him. These 3 were, of course, Jirak, Kyra and Sil. They looked over him with a mixture of confusion and worry. "Who attacked you?" Jirak was the first to ask. "Oh. I'm not sure." Lionel shrugged. It was probably just a warning, or else I'd probably be dead. Seeing Lionel's nonchalant response, the 3 didn't know how to respond. Was this a way that someone who had just died was supposed to react? Lionel, however, was already thinking of other things. This monument wasn't suitable for him. It was too bloodthirsty, and also the general it depicted used a halberd. In truth, the halberd and spear had many similarities, but Lionel had the spear domain to learn everything he needed about the spear. He didn't need outside resources. He needed to visit the other monuments and hopefully find something that would make his breakthrough into the 4th dimension with his soul force allow him to protect himself. Lionel was mostly hoping to find a 4th dimensional mage. If he couldn't find it within the eastern section of the city, he would have to travel to the other sections even if it meant starting a war. Jirak, Sil and Kyra obviously had no idea what Lionel was thinking, otherwise, who knew how they'd react to this madman? You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.